Okay. So good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Baltzell. I'm the statewide salmon and steelhead manager for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Welcome to our kickoff forecast meeting for the 2023-24 North of Falcon season setting process. We have a bunch of staff and a bunch of people in the room. This is our first attempt since the pandemic to try to do this hybridly. So we are broadcasting this via Zoom. We're going to try to take questions online as well. So we really appreciate everybody's patience and bear with us as we try to navigate this year. Just for folks online, you'll see a slide there with some Zoom logistics. As we go through, we'd like you to turn your camera on and off if you're online. While you're speaking, callers can unmute themselves by pressing *6 on your phone. Please raise your hand and Leah, our assistant, will help you speak through the process. Folks in the room, when we are taking public comment or when you are asking questions, we would appreciate you coming up to the table. We'll have a mic up here. It allows us to do the hybrid where people can hear you online as well as in the room. So appreciate that as we go through this. Again, I am going to wrap this up, trying to advance the slides here for a second. Got a pretty full morning here. We're going to go through some comments from the director and Kyle Addix, our intergovernmental salmon manager. We'll jump right into some climate outlooks for this year and the forecasts. We're going to hear from some department staff about pinniped management. We're going to get an update from our legislative affairs director, and then we're going to launch into breakout sessions late this morning and early this afternoon. Puget Sound recreational breakout will stay on the Zoom meeting. The rest will not be broadcast hybrid. With that, I am going to turn the microphone over to Director Suswin for some opening comments. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Mark. I think we're all just going to stay seated up here after Mark. So mostly just thank you all for being here and welcome. Good to see a pretty good turnout. I've got a few things that we've got, as you see, a full agenda, and you're going to hear lots of detail. And so I'll let the experts provide that. I really kind of have two takeaways in my couple of minutes here. One, you're going to see it's a pretty mixed bag. Some things are better, some things are worse. Overall, not hugely different from last year. So if you have that in mind as we set expectations going forward, I always caution people, everybody's excited thinking this is going to be the big turnaround magic year where we're all fishing all the time. Think somewhere around last year and where we can tweak and modify and take advantage of some runs that are coming back a little bit better. That's a good place to focus. And the other is to stay involved. Thank you for being here today. We know folks are busy. This is a big chunk out of your life to be here helping us, but it really does matter. I hear a lot of complaints at the end of the year, oh, they didn't listen. You can look around the room. A lot of you know each other, and imagine a set of fisheries where everybody's cheering at the end of the year. Probably not going to happen. Somebody's not going to get what they want in full. But I can tell you, this crew is going to be working through the night for the weeks to come. And central to all those meetings and figuring out what part of what we can carve out for opportunity is what they've heard. What did we hear from the public? What did we hear from our advisors? That's at the forefront during those meetings when it's getting down to the nitty gritty and we really are trying to grab every bit of opportunity we can. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your willingness to participate. And I just want you to know it really does make a difference. It can make the difference where we land, where we've got choices to be made. We're going to make the thing that gives us conservation, but maximum fishing in the way that aligns best with the majority of you all. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kyle.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kyle Addix. I'm the Intergovernmental Salmon Manager for the fish program. I lead our North of Falcon team as we engage in this every year. Good to see people in person again. We were really starting to figure out how to live stream these meetings when COVID hit, and then we got really good at doing them online virtually, and this is our first foray into sort of a hybrid approach. So Hopefully things go smoothly, but bear with us if we run into technical difficulties along the way. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about what North of Falcon is, all the things we have to consider as we set our salmon seasons each year. North of Falcon is what we call the annual cooperative process that we use to plan our salmon season in Washington waters. And the name comes from a place down in Oregon known as Cape Falcon, and Washington stock tend to migrate north of that point. So we just call the process for figuring out our Washington fisheries north of Falcon. And it's just one piece of a larger salmon season setting process that involves state, tribal governments, federal regulators, other states, and the Canadian government as well. This is just sort of a generic North of Falcon timeline. On our website, you'll find one that's filled out for this year with all of the meetings that are going to happen. But the process starts every January and February when WDFW staff, along with our tribal co-managers and counterparts in other states, develop preseason forecasts for all the salmon runs that will return that year. And that leads up to today when the WDFW and the tribes announce all of our initial forecasts statewide and kick off this planning process. From here, we move into the Pacific Fishery Management Council process that'll kick off tomorrow up in SeaTac. And that's where we work through the federal process to set ocean fisheries, working with our tribal co-managers and state and federal governments. After that, we'll have a long series of public meetings for our constituents. We sort of break those up by regions and focus on fisheries that are of interest to people. But again, all that schedule's online. You can see when we'll have meetings for various regions around the state. And as we work through that process, we develop draft fishing regulations for the upcoming year. And we have to plan those with our co-managers, and we have to plan them to meet all of our conservation objectives for ESA listed stocks and non-listed stocks. It all sort of comes to a head at the April PFMC meeting, where the council sets the final ocean fisheries for the year. And as those fisheries are set, we work to finalize all our inside fisheries, state and tribal fisheries, so that we meet our conservation objectives across all fisheries. In recent years, there's been a step where the National Marine Fisheries Service has to look at the fishing plan for the year and see if they can get ESA authorization to move forward. People who follow this process know that last February, the state and tribal co-managers in Puget Sound submitted a long-term Chinook resource management plan that's been under review for the past year. We recently got a letter from NOAA saying that that plan is sufficient for them to do their formal review, and they're going to be embarking on that process now, with the hope that by 2024, we'll have a long-term ESA authorization, and this piece of the process won't be necessary on an annual basis. And then in May and June, we publish the draft regulations and take public comment on those as we move to making them, putting them into rule for the upcoming year. And this is just sort of the preseason planning part of it. There's an ongoing annual process where we implement the seasons, we monitor them to make sure that the fisheries are happening as we planned and adjust them as necessary. And that all feeds the process that will kick off again next year. So on the right side of this is just a map of the West Coast. And the point of this is that salmon migrate up and down the coast. They don't honor state or international boundaries. So our stocks swim all the way up past British Columbia, up into Southeast Alaska. And there are a number of management forums that we have to work in. The broadest is the Pacific Salmon Commission Forum, and that's where we have a treaty with Canada, and we work with fishery managers from Canada and Alaska to understand the impacts of fisheries and make sure that they're all implemented consistent with the fishery. We have the Pacific Fishery Management Council that oversees fisheries in federal waters from the U.S.-Canada border to the U.S.-Mexico border. And then as we move to inside waters, we have our co-manager processes and our state public processes, and we work in the US v. Washington and US v. Oregon forum for many of those fisheries. There are a whole list of other things that we have to consider. We have Endangered Species Act constraints, so we have to manage fisheries consistent with our ESA plans. We have policies from our Fish and Wildlife Commission that we have to follow. I mentioned the Pacific Salmon Treaty obligations and our tribal co-managers. The tribes manage their own fisheries. They share data with us. We share data with them. We share harvest with the tribes, but we have to coordinate with them each year as we develop and implement all our fisheries. And we have a very extensive monitoring and evaluation system for fisheries statewide so that we understand the impacts of those fisheries and use that data to plan future years. This is a list of our meetings. We actually kicked it off Wednesday night out in Aberdeen with the Willapa Bay Grace Harbor forecast meeting. We're here March 3rd at the statewide forecast meeting. As I mentioned, we move up to CTAC for the PFMC meeting starting tomorrow. Then we have a series of meetings, Columbia River, North of Falcon discussions. I won't read the whole list, but this is all on our website. Hit the next one, Mark. Again, some more Willapa Bay, Grace Harbor meetings, Puget Sound recreational discussion. Then our big North of Falcon #2 meeting will be up in Linwood on March 29th. All of our public North of Falcon meetings, the North of Falcon 1 will be back here in a couple of weeks, and North of Falcon 2 up in Linwood. We'll be doing the same format, a hybrid thing where you can come there in person or participate by Zoom. And then, as I said, it all wraps up the week of April 1st through 7th at the Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting down in Foster City, California. A ton of information on our website. The easiest way to get there is to go to our main website and just add /NOF, and that'll take you to a page that has meeting schedules. It'll have all of the meeting materials, preseason forecast, everything that we'll talk through today, and everything else as it develops over the next month. And I believe that's my last slide, and I will pass it off to Dr. Mikiaga, it will be his first time giving the environmental outlook, but he knows this stuff as well as anyone, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Kyle. Well, good morning, folks. Today I'll be walking through the 2023 environmental outlook. It's my pleasure to be here today to look at the marine climate conditions and what to expect this coming year. Dr. Marisa Litz has given this presentation in past years, and I've been familiar with her work, and so I have big shoes to fill. Fortunately, I've been her protege past few years. So a brief outline for this morning's talk. I'm going to cover an update on physical conditions that salmon experienced in 2022. I'm going to walk through the global climate trends and in the process cover El Nino, La Nina conditions, and marine heat waves. And then I'll step through the NOAA environmental indicator chart. This is also known as the stoplight chart. It's essentially a tool that we use to assess ocean conditions that outmigrating juvenile salmon experience. I'll briefly touch on some interesting species observations and salmon responses to climate change. And then I'll shift into the 2023 marine climate forecast and talk about the potential transition from our La Nina into a possible El Nino later this year. And finally, touch on some take-home messages. All right, so let's just jump right into it. In this section, I'll start off with the historical, physical, environmental conditions and climate system that we're currently experiencing regarding El Ninos and La Ninas. I want to spend some time on the three-peat La Nina that we recently experienced and are currently experiencing across the Pacific. And finally, what our NOAA colleagues refer to as the evolution of the marine heat waves in the Pacific Northwest. Okay, some relevant background. What are El Ninos and La Ninas? Well, they are, in its simplest form, cool and warm tropical phenomena that affect our global climate. Now, during La Ninas, cold water pushes the Pacific jet stream northward, and this tends to lead to drought in the southern US and heavy rains and flooding in the Pacific Northwest and Canada. During La Ninas, we also tend to see upwelling where cold, nutrient-rich water is driven to the surface. And primarily, it's good for our salmon. Conversely, during El Ninos, the trade weakens and warm water is pushed eastwards towards the Americas. And that leads to wetter conditions in the southern US and warmer and drier conditions in the northwestern US and into British Columbia and Alaska. During El Ninos, we tend to see upwelling weaken or slow altogether. And in some cases, we see downwelling occur. And this is generally bad for outmigrating salmon. All right, so here's a figure of sea surface temperature anomalies over the past 40 years, which signal our El Nino and La Nina cycles through time. Now, this is essentially deviations from the average. So exceptionally warm periods are in red and cool periods are in blue. The ridges that you see across time, it really signifies the peaks and the variability that we see within a year and across years. What we can identify from this figure is that we have experienced multiple major El Nino events over the past 40 years. Some to note were the 82, 83, 96, 97, and of course the 2015 to 2017 which I've circled in red. During and after these spikes in temperatures, we documented regime shifts in our ocean productivity and really poor survival coming out of those brood years in several of our Pacific Northwest salmon stocks. In terms of La Niñas, they cycle in and out every few years. And on the right side of this figure, you see the last 3 blue ridges in a row, and that signifies our triple La Niña that we've recently experienced. Now, triple La Niñas don't occur all too often in this time series of data, and really over the past 100 years. I believe we've only documented 3 triple La Niñas prior to the current one we're experiencing. So again, these events are really great for salmon. They generally are associated with cool surface sea temperatures and somewhat sustained upwelling. So there's a consistent base of food in the environment for our out-migrating salmon that they can take advantage of over multiple brood years, and they tend to have higher survival coming back out of these La Niña cycles. All right, so where do we stand today? Currently, NOAA is doing several models showing that there's a lot of cold water on the equator right now. You can see that shaded in blue. This is consistent with the La Niña that we're currently experiencing. And really, we're experiencing this cold and wet days in the past month. Now, this trend was expected as we're presently at the end of this La Niña cycle through the winter. However, while the heat content on the equator is minimal at this time, it's forecasted to weaken and possibly flip. And I'll get into a later slide. One thing I want to note is that folks have been noticing some extreme weather conditions further south of us into California, Oregon. And what that is actually recently caused by is this stratospheric sort of warming event that we're experiencing this February in the Arctic. And essentially, it's this heat wave that occurs randomly through time, which drives a polar vortex further south. That's what's driving these extreme cold snaps, and also what you see snow in California. And really, what's interesting about that is folks have associated, okay, well, how has climate warming been really driving these cold snaps? Well, it's occurring just in a different part of the world, and it's driving a climate system in our neck of the woods. All right, next, Mark. Okay, so here's the heart of the story. The big climate factor we've been experiencing over the past 30 years has been a major challenge for our salmon is marine heat waves. These are extended periods of regional ocean warming that shift across space and time globally. And if you type in marine heat wave into Google, you're likely to see examples and reports on where they're occurring currently. The short of the story is that they're pretty much everywhere, and something we will be living with for the foreseeable future. They are and will be a critical piece to the puzzle, I believe, for salmon in the Pacific Northwest. Now, I've included this IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, figure on the left, as it really does a great job highlighting some of the major findings over the past century and what's predicted for the near future. One of the major results of this work is the finding that periods of extreme warming have increased in frequency and intensity over the past 10 years. And those spikes in temperature are driving extreme weather events such as droughts, flooding, and eventually leading to biodiversity loss. And if you look at the figure on the right, which is our global atmospheric and ocean temperature anomalies combined, this is the deviation from the average. And what we see here is that the last 9 years are the warmest in the past 150. So while we've experienced some recent cold phases with the La Niñas, let's not forget that we're in the midst of a larger global warming trend or event that's persistently increasing intensity over the past few decades. So I think it's really important to realize that global warming is really ocean warming. Our NOAA colleagues have suggested that oceans have absorbed 90% of the Earth's excess heat. And even in the deepest waters, it's warming. So this figure on the right is from a recent publication from Nature Reviews, and it's showing on the left a heat content, and on the right is the rate of warming. The top one on the heat content, the top figure, is essentially is below 700 meters, and the bottom one is below 2,000 meters. And what this is telling us is that every strata of the ocean is warming, and really the rate of warming is increasing and likely to get even faster, depending on which heat content levels you use and which projections you use. Another important point I want to make is that heat content is not equal across the ocean. There's been some really great work discussing the sort of spatial patterns of heat warming, and there's this uneven heating that's occurring through time across our globe. I'm getting some reverberation here. and heat waves that we see in the Pacific are likely associated with this sort of stunted circulation patterns and long-term buildup of deep water heat that we're also seeing with trends in the Atlantic. I think the main point is that heat is not going away anytime soon, and we should expect that we're going to get more heat waves in the near future, especially with the current levels of CO2 in the atmosphere. So folks, remember we had our first big marine heat wave, infamously called the blob, that really got everyone's attention. It covered almost 10 million square kilometers at its peak. We got another one in 2019. It was smaller, and then another big one in 2020 at about 9.1 million square kilometers. And in 2021, we had a relatively small one. And it didn't extend very much over to our coast. As you can see in the figure on the far right, the dense red is mostly out over the middle of the Gulf of Alaska. And this is really the point that I tried to frame up in the last slide. You can see that the spatial position of the red sort of shifts through space and through time. So we see this sort of uneven heating occurring along our coast at different times of the year from year to year. And lining up these impacts with our outmigrating salmon and also our returning salmon becomes increasingly challenging and complex. So you might ask us how we're sort of lining up our climate events with our forecasts. Well, we obviously have a bit of uncertainty associated with those correlations. And that's simply because of the variability of these heat waves that are moving through space and time. We can't really predict exactly whether they're going to overlap with our outmigrating stocks. So when we start to look at heat waves in the context of our salmon, like I mentioned in the last slide, it's important to note how close these temperature spikes are occurring to our coastline. This is surface area of the heat waves from NOAA. And I think this is an important figure for understanding really how much of the heat wave can influence outmigrating salmon. The coloration in red is showing you what percent of the heat wave was within the US EEZ. So this is coverage within 200 miles off the West Coast and our exclusive economic zone. You can see that the 97-98 El Nino, the blob in 2014, 2016, where we had those significant amounts of coastal coverage in red. And then 19, 21, which was low because mainly these heat waves were sporadically offshore. And then this past year in 2022, we have another spike of red. So the main takeaway here is that coastal heating is likely affecting our prey availability as well for our salmon. And that's linked to our growth and obviously the survival of our outmigrating salmon. So when we see high amounts of the EEZ covered in red, it's absolutely bad for our salmon. In some years, our salmon can likely evade if their migratory paths or migratory timing miss the wave entirely. So let's move on to next slide here. This is the 2022 heat wave. And this series of plots is essentially what our colleagues are referring to as the evolution of the 2022 heat wave. And when we're doing our salmon survival assessments, we tend to look at specific months when a particular stock might be traveling up the coast. And it was already substantially warm in January. So what they think is that the 2021 heat wave really didn't dissipate. It's kind of a continuation. It was above average. It cooled off for a little bit during the winter for the La Nina cycle. And then it popped back up again immediately in late spring. And that's what's noticeable in May, July, and September. It really came up along our coasts. So our water temperatures in late summer and the fall were above average. And then into November, it started to cool off again with our third La Nina cycle in a row. So again, the main point here is that despite the La Nina years, we're continuing to see some version of an annual heat wave occurring in the Northeast Pacific. that eventually hits our coastline. And that, again, timing that up with different stocks is sort of the work that we do here. All right, so let's talk about the biological response. In this part of the presentation, I'll walk us through the NOAA stoplight chart and then some observations from different marine species, including our Pacific Northwest salmon. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the stoplight chart, this is a lot to take in. And again, might want to take this home and digest it at your own pace. What we evaluate is a lot of different environmental indicators, and we try to understand what conditions our salmon that are entering the ocean as juveniles in their outmigration years are experiencing. And some of the factors we're looking at are basin scale indicators like PDO, this is the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, and MPGO, North Pacific Gyre Oscillation, which are both reoccurring ocean climate patterns centered over the mid-Pacific. They are essentially indexes of sea surface temperatures, salinities, ocean currents, and circulation patterns, explaining fluctuations in our ocean nutrients across the basin. NOAA is also looking at local conditions, physical conditions, often upwelling, nutrient levels. And this is essentially our food and our prey base. And then putting that into the food web and trying to understand how that's affecting the salmon off our coast. And now we have, I believe, 24 years of this monitoring and evaluation. So to give you more insight here, each line is a different indicator. They're color coded and ranked to reflect ocean conditions for salmon growth and survival. And each column is an ocean entry year for salmon. So the last column on the right is 2022. And that's salmon that entered the ocean last spring. And the green is good, red is bad, and yellow is in between. And you can see that there's periods when it's bad, there's periods when it's good, and there's a lot of times where it's in between. And everything always doesn't line up well. So you're just getting really a surface level look at really the complexities of the ocean for our salmon distilled down to these boxes. So just to draw your attention, 2008 was our best year, lots of cold water, very productive. We can see the greens really dominating the physical and basin scale indices. I've circled 2008 in blue here. And then we had this whole extended period called the blob in 2014. Next slide, or next click, there you go. And you can see a lot of red. And we know that many of our Puget Sound salmon stocks took a major hit from these climate cycles. So with the reds, we're essentially correlating high temperatures, a slowed upwelling, so sort of a lowered prey base for our outmigrating salmon, and correlating with slower growth and lower outmigration survival. Now jumping to 2021, it was our second best year on record. Lots of things were really good. Again, this is sort of the beginning or sort of middle part of our triple La Nina. Again, you can see that this greens tend to dominate the upper half of the stoplight chart, indicating strong upwelling and really very nutrient-rich waters. And then now moving into 2022, it's really mixed, meaning some ecosystem indicators are really good, others not so much, and I'll get into that in the next few slides. All right, so just to dial it in a bit further, what I want to do is focus first on these physical ocean indicators. So here's a graph of Pacific Decadal Oscillation, Nino Index, and Oceanic Nino Index, which looks a lot like the El Nino La Nina cycle figure I showed earlier. And it's this pattern of ocean temperatures really across the Pacific, North Pacific. And for PDO and ONI, we had some of the lowest values since the late 90s. So a lot of cold water along our coast, supported by back-to-back La Ninas in 2022, excellent for our salmon. In general, NOAA has classified 2022 as green with modest upwelling and prey availability, as we did see above average to average numbers of juveniles and ichthyoplankton in our coastal surveys. So moving to our regional physical indices, this is coastal temperatures since the late 90s, and you can see it was kind of average to warm. And if you look at this graph of ocean anomalies, which uses sort of a variety of buoys off the west coast of Washington, the temperature during this past year was really, it was around average. So it didn't really stick out like the blob. You can see the spiking in 15 and 16 and the heat wave in 19 and 20. But then again, sort of this smaller sort of heat bump in 2022. So now we turn our attention to the bottom half of this chart. And these are the biological indicators. So this is really what we're trying to correlate with our salmon survival. This is the copepod index, and they weren't really as abundant or as strong a signal as last year, but it's the northern copepods that are really lipid rich, and that benefits our salmon. During this period, we did see that the timing of the upwelling was really late. As folks remember, we had some huge storms in late June, and those were associated with downwelling, not upwelling. So it's actually driving some of those nutrients downwards. And again, what's leading, this is leading to more of this more or less mixed green and yellow biological indices that we've ranked in the chart here in this section. So the takeaway is that while the northern copepod prey availability biomass were there, they may have not been timed up well with or being consistent enough for our outmigrating salmon in 2022. Okay, some of the biological observations. See here. You can move on to the next slide here. Okay, yeah. So on to some of the biological observations. We had some issues with domoic acid across the West Coast. In particular, it seems like Southern Oregon and Northern California coastlines are particularly prone in the recent few years. Some of our range expanding species, it's been warm, it's given an opportunity for the southern species, or really the exotic invaders to move north. We are seeing bigger abundances of the California market squid in our waters, and folks are documenting these squid all winter long now along the Washington coast in substantial abundances. Especially in warm years like 2019, we saw some pretty fairly big abundances along the coast. We've unfortunately continued to see a European green crab invasion spread further north with the warming conditions. And I think we had our first documentation in Hood Canal this past year. I think the point here is that if green crabs can move so easily, so can other things. So I would assume we have some other warm water species caught off our coast this past year. I just don't have all the information on hand. We had a few interesting sightings were caught in our recreational fisheries off the coast, Dorado and a short bill spearfish. I believe there are some other tropical species that were caught as well. So during these recent heat waves, we've also seen significant range contractions. One particular species that folks are still trying to evaluate and really understand is the snow crab disappearance in the Eastern Bering Sea. Essentially, seeing the species go from an estimated abundance of 12 billion in 2018 down to 2 billion in 2022. So initial indications are really getting back to that deep seawater heating that I mentioned a few slides back, being rapidly spiking in 2019 and 2020, and possibly affecting those deep water species. All right, so moving on to observed salmon responses to our recent climate. They've been both positive and negative over the past few years. So I'll start with the positive. Bristol Bay, again, is seeing another record return of sockeye at 79 million. And it feels crazy to say that number. And while it's a boon to see so many fish return, the average weight of these sockeye has decreased by as much as 10% over the past few decades. There's actually been some really great research conducted by UW on the success of the Bristol Bay sockeye during these warm years. And they've noted that the decrease in body size, but also that the fish have adapted to low water conditions during their spawning migration and are able to move across gravel bars with just a few inches of water. UW also documented these sockeye ranging further offshore. So they're shifting their ocean migration routes, and they're also possibly shifting their diet from a zooplankton base to young pollock. So it appears as if Bristol sockeye are quickly adapting or more or less flexible in their tolerance to warming temperatures in terms of their migratory patterns, their diet, their body condition, and in some cases taking advantage of the warming trends. However, there are several researchers warning us right now that there may be a tipping point sometime in the near future, and that this trend may dissipate or reverse. Okay, moving on to Fraser sockeye. We saw our lowest Adams year sockeye return since 1970 at 6.7 million. So what we are seeing is that the sockeye in this part of the Pacific are not as tolerant to warming temperatures, and that they are experiencing some in-river issues as they make their way up to the spawning grounds. This past year, a few large-scale pre-spawn mortality events were documented in BC during their Chinook, chum, and sockeye returns. They've attributed that to sort of a lack of water during the spawning time, driven by droughts, think of record droughts, fires, and really high heat indexes in the freshwater systems. I believe this past year, BC experienced a record-setting drought that stretched into the fall, and we sort of saw some of the effects of that into Puget Sound. Okay, another salmon response to climate we're seeing is decreases in reproductive potential. And this is primarily driven by shifting age structure towards younger fish and really a decrease in body size related to possibly a warming climate and decreasing or variable prey bases. A recent publication did suggest that frequent El Nino cycles and marine heat waves can cause tipping points to occur and possibly drive some of these changes that we're seeing with our bigger salmon going to smaller sizes. So I put this last point in yellow. Researchers, we've also been documenting shifting migration timing. We're seeing some of our stocks getting earlier, some of our stocks getting later through time. And there's a myriad of possible explanations, but genetic work has really identified there's a combination of sort of climate warming, shifting prey bases, and possibly predator abundance changes that we're seeing in the North Pacific that have potentially driven directional selection, driving a timing shift for many of our wild and hatchery stocks. Okay, let's move into our 2023 climate forecasts. What we forecasted to see this coming year, this year. I'll walk through forecasted El Nino, sea surface temperature anomalies, and sort of the terrestrial freshwater outlook. And if you have the time, I provided some links here to some interesting documents provided by our science division, the future of in-stream water in Washington State, really covering some of the freshwater terrestrial impacts that we're seeing with climate warming and possibly what we might see in the near future. And again, pathways forward for how we might mitigate some of those issues going forward with some of our stocks. So this is the El Nino Southern Oscillation forecast produced by NOAA. And in the figure on the left, the bars from the left to the right go from January to November. So the blue bars are rapidly going down in May. And so that's the probability that the La Nina is starting to peter out. And the red bars that we're seeing are projecting higher and higher. That is our forecasted El Nino. So this is a bad time to forecast an El Nino. This is when a majority of our salmon are starting to return. And so keep an eye on it. If we get an El Nino, it'll mean a warm summer, a very warm winter, and possibly a very warm ocean. So that's not going to be good for our salmon. On the right, these models that go into the forecast, NOAA runs many sort of ocean temperature prediction models, and you can see where we are now is at the end of the black lines. Really close in this figure, it's kind of hard to see, but it's when the black lines transfer to the green and red is where we start our prediction trends. And you can see now that we're below average. And as we move into March, we're moving into an above average temperature cycle. And that's what's driving some of these El Nino predictions with projected temperatures at plus half a degree to a degree. And for our salmon, really half a degree of anomalous temperatures may pose a threat to survival. So that's the El Nino sort of developing this summer. Okay, so these are the forecast sea surface temperature anomalies for 2023. The NOAA modeling framework has put really forward a lot of warm water predictions. It's pretty neutral off our coast. So if you look really closely, and again, take this slide home and take a closer look, the dense red is not touching the coast until the summer. So some of our early out migrants should be okay this coming year, this year. But it's a bit worrisome for our late out migrating fish. And as we move into mid to late summer, we start to see these red indexes get quite expansive across the Gulf. And you can see the red at the equator. That's the red at the equator that's sort of shooting out. That's sort of our signal of the El Nino starting to form, and our prediction of the forming across the equatorial line, which again pushes this sort of heat wave north to northwest. So our NOAA colleagues wanted to remind folks, this is a model, and they've been known to be wrong. How often they did predict the blob. So we'll see how this continues to evolve. I think our colleagues have said caution is really a good word to describe the ocean climate in 2023. Okay, in terms of our terrestrial and freshwater climates, this is NOAA's seasonal forecast. So we're currently showing classic El Nino starting to cycle in through the early summer with a 40 to 60% chance of above average temperatures. We're also seeing Eastern Washington getting potentially drought conditions, but potentially currently a 30 to 50% chance of reduced rainfall along the Washington coast through the summer. And the drought conditions, they pose a challenge to our out-migrating salmon as well as to our returning salmon. So this past year in the Fraser system, we went from rather average freshwater conditions to above average in a matter of days to weeks. So I'll provide these links below, and if we do see higher temperatures, lower precipitation through the summer, this figure could get a lot worse. So just keep track of it. All right. So in conclusion, some take-home messages here. Caution again is the word for 2023 climate. Climate warming will continue to impact salmon this year and next. Marine heat waves, really, they're driving a higher frequency and intensity of weather conditions, which I noted in that IUCN figure, which could mean extreme storms and extreme droughts. And with these heat waves comes also increasing wildfire risk. I didn't include a link to the wildfire page, but if you do Google it, you can find wildfire risk across the Pacific Northwest. And that's also a great factor to keep track of. A lot of research going on actually at UW, NOAA, and WDFW, and with our tribal co-managers to address these factors with the shrinking habitat for our salmon. Finally, the rare triple La Nina, quite favorable for our Pacific Northwest salmon stocks returning this year and possibly next. So I'll sort of end this climate portion of the talk with cautious optimism. All right, so some initiatives. We're continuing to work with our co-managers to develop pathways towards increased fisheries monitoring and adaptive fisheries approaches, really accounting for these changing climates that we're seeing in recent period. Our Washington State governor has also continued to support the statewide salmon recovery strategy, and he's committed to improving climate resiliency. And further north in Canada, they're working towards Pacific salmon strategy initiatives that focus on adaptive fisheries management practices, really improving the conditions for wild salmon stocks returning to their native habitats. And so despite the challenging climate we may have ahead of us, we're making good strides towards ensuring pathways for recovery of our declining salmon stocks and their habitat in the Pacific Northwest. I'd like to acknowledge the folks that developed these climate reviews before me and have done all the hard work putting it all together and reviewing the patterns, and the folks that work daily to collect this data and provide the forecasts. All right, that's all I have. I'll stop now for questions.
Thanks, Mickey. You did great in your first run. It's always an amazing amount of information we get in this update that I don't think a lot of people keep their eye on throughout the year. So appreciate you doing that this morning. This will be our first chance to ask questions. So I'm going to keep an eye out for people in the room. If you want to raise your hand, and I'll just kind of point at you, come up to the microphone. I see Frank, you have your hand up. If you want to work your way up. just before you do, Frank, there are people online too. So if you're online and you have a question, raise your hand and Leah's going to keep an eye on those. And we'll sort of alternate between in the room. But again, if I don't know if people will be able to hear your question online if you don't just step over to that microphone, Frank. So thank you.
Yeah, hi, Mickey. Great presentation. I'd like to know if I could get a copy of it. Not everybody in the room, was taking notes, but I'm one of those, as you know, gets in the detail and the numbers and stuff, and I'd like to absorb that because you went through it pretty fast. But it seemed like the bottom conclusion is we've got to be careful this year in terms of what's going to happen. There's a lot of uncertainty. And I presume that you guys, when you did your forecasting, were tried to be conservative. Some of us, and conservatism is in the eye of the beholder. What you might think is conservative, what I think are probably not exactly the same thing. So again, I'd like to be able to get that. If I can send you an email.
Definitely.
And have you send it to me. You're really good that way. You've done a great job. And again, I think my word is caution going forward, so we don't have a high expectation and then have to really drop our fisheries and put constraints on those. And so it's always about expectations. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great comment. Thanks, Frank.
So the presentation is up on the website on the meeting page for this meeting. I put a link for those in the Zoom meeting to that presentation online. So we can get you the link too, Frank, if you have trouble finding it. Leah, anyone online with the hand up, or do you want to remind people how to raise their hands if not?
We did not. Somebody just did raise their hand, but just for a reminder, there might be different depending on your Zoom, but there's a raise hand function at the bottom of your screen, or there may be a smiley face with a reaction tab at the bottom also. It looks like Terry has their hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I heard a talk by Dr. Lori Whitcamp several months ago discussing her preliminary findings for the International Year of the Salmon Expedition. And you mentioned in your talk that copepods are doing well, yet she had said that her preliminary findings were showing that salmon were starving up in the Northeast Pacific Ocean. Can you explain a little bit more about the relationship between copepod timing and salmon? Thank you.
Absolutely. That's a great question. So in my talk, I did mention that the copepods were doing well. I also did mention that the consistency over time was really not there in the surveys. And what that really means is that these bursts of copepods in our coastal areas were just not consistent. They were also delayed. So just getting back to that sort of that timing question, the storms that we had during the summer in June, it pushed that timing a little. It pushed it later, and what it did during that early part of the summer was it caused a downwelling to occur, and that really stunted our productivity in the ocean. But again, it came back again with the triple La Nina. It sort of rose back in again, and that's where we saw our copepods sort of rebound slightly. So again, we have some stocks that are out migrating potentially along the coast along that time period, and that may have affected those surveys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. We do have another question in the room, and I should ask, as you come up to ask your question, if you could just introduce yourself briefly, and if you could just introduce yourself briefly. It's been a while since everybody's seen each other, so.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you, doctor. My name is Paul Alexander. I'm a Washington Trawler Association member. And the question has to do with these fish that are adapting up in Bristol Bay to the low water conditions. And just curious what you think about, I mean, this sounds like evolution, right? So the Chinook salmon in the Columbia River. So that's really, what do you think about these fish adapting, especially like in British Columbia where you have the drought conditions here in Washington?
That's a really great question. So sort of this, either that we're having this rapid evolution that we're seeing in real time, and you can sense it that it's possible with some of these really massive populations like the Bristol Bay sockeye, where you have millions upon millions of fish. Genetic diversity is pretty wide, so they don't experience those bottleneck issues. Unfortunately, as you move further south, populations get smaller, the genetic diversity starts to shrink, and that plasticity or ability to adapt starts to shrink as well. So I think we have some of a limited landscape for our southern stocks, probably more expansive for our northern stocks into Alaska that have obviously higher population numbers, better habitat to really adapt to this climate.
Thank you. On that, and not take too much more time, but with the hatchery strays, that we've experienced like in the Wenatchee River, and they reintroduced themselves and all of a sudden became wild without the hatchery introduction. So you see a repopulation of what was once an extinct Chinook salmon stock in the Wenatchee River. Do you see something like that happening in the future? What like the diversity, what you said?
So the stray conversation is actually, it's a good one. It's one they're keeping track of. I would say that, really we have to have a long enough time series to really determine whether these strays are producing a viable population or not. We might see it in really good years where we have an overabundance of fish that come back. There's some strays that end up in some systems, and it's fantastic for us to see that happen. But again, we want to see that consistently happen over time to really determine what that means for our future.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
You have an online question?
Leah, do we have anybody waiting online?
No, we do not. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. So first off, my name is Shannon Moore. I'm from Bellingham, Washington, representing the Puget Sound gillnet fishermen. And as Dr. Mickey Augie mentioned, that the Fraser River was a complete flop this year, specifically for U.S. fishers. And I certainly hope we see some kind of a recovery here. But on the other note, what we saw locally in Bellingham Bay was the coho salmon were about a half a pound bigger this year, bigger than normal. So I think that has to do with possibly better out-migrating conditions for the juveniles and then maybe better groceries in the ocean. But on the other hand, we're not seeing that with the sockeye and the Fraser. Now, the sockeye, as you mentioned, had a lot of physical problems in river. But so where are we at with this food resources for things like coho salmon and Chinook salmon? Are we seeing those populations responding to better feeding conditions in the ocean?
So that's a good question. For the coho, it's a combination of the freshwater environment and even for a sockeye too, freshwater environment and the marine climate. What we heard earlier, and also what I mentioned in the talk, was the prey availability and the coho surveys that we had along the coast. We had good indexes, the fish weren't looking too great. And so what that indicated was sort of a variable prey availability in the ocean. In the freshwater environment, we're experiencing, we recently experienced drought-like conditions during the summers, and that wasn't really great for a lot of our fish that are residing in freshwater, ready to go out. And again, it's not really consistent. I couldn't tell you that I could generalize that assumption for across all Washington state. Some stocks are doing well, some aren't taking advantage of that.
Yeah. So my last comment has to do with drought preparedness. And that's what we're working on in Whatcom County. Presently looking at our comp plan I sit with the planning unit, Whatcom County Planning Unit, and as a fisher, you know, because they need to hear that voice. But yeah, we're experiencing a lot of problems in our streams. And right now we're looking at consolidated freshwater potable plan that needs to go into our comp plan update, which is coming up in a couple of years. But just to make this discussion short, yeah, we're running out of water in Whatcom County. It's not good. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Shannon. And that's just that last part there. It's a great comment. We did replenish a lot of our reservoirs this past year with the La Nina cycles. Again, that's really great to have that water availability and really prepare for potential uncertainty going forward.
Thanks, Mickey. I think we have one hand up online. If anybody else in the room has a question, put your hand up and I'll motion you forward. But Leah, do you want to go to the online question?
Yeah, it looks like Nick has his hand up. Nick, go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. And Mickey, great presentation. Maurice's presentations are always the highlight of the spring, and you've done her proud.
Thanks.
Thank you. Two questions / observations. One is we had a record sockeye return to the Columbia since the dams went in. How does that square with the picture that you painted us and the outlook for the Fraser and so forth?
Yeah, that's a great comment. So what I didn't mention during the talk was that the Fraser system was one of the only sort of major populations that produced a suboptimal return, and really in the framework that it underperformed the forecast. Other sockeye stocks across the Pacific outperformance forecasts, and we saw that even with Lake Washington Baker sockeye. Those are factors in the Columbia. We're obviously exploring those factors that are occurring in their spawning habitat, the freshwater resources, nutrient availability of these fish that are in their outmigrating phase, as that might be some of the clues that we might have. And again, I have some great coworkers here that could address those questions as well.
Well, next question, if I could, and then if anybody else wants to jump in with a follow-up to that one. So the other thing that I noticed this past season is a temporal and geographical expansion of fall returns in Puget Sound. So we saw elevated levels of chum salmon back to Skagit, Snohomish, Stille for the first time in many years. And running around Kitsap County, down in the Southlands through fall chum, there was chum showing up in creeks and systems where there hadn't been in a very long time. And then late in the season, it's my understanding that the Nooksack got a push of coho after all the fisheries had shut down. The hatcheries were surplusing out coho carcasses to crabbers in late December, early January. So I'd like to hear your reflections on it. It seems to me that the conditions that prevailed for the 2022 run were pretty generally excellent, and you saw fish returning to or recolonizing areas and extending out their run timing, which is the opposite of what we've seen in recent years, which is compression, both spatially and temporally. So what are your thoughts on this? Is this the beginning of a trend? And then also, to add to a 12-part question, do you have any numbers yet on actual chum escapement to Stille Snohomish systems?
So start off with the escapement. Yes, we had a great escapement this year of chum, and Matt Bogard will cover that in a few presentations from now. I think the chum question is obviously it's a great one. what we saw was essentially we forecasted a lower abundance than what returned. We saw these chum hit river systems that we haven't seen in some time. Again, what I could tell you is that, yes, they took advantage of particularly good ocean conditions during their outmigration years. But that there's again, high uncertainty that surrounds these chum and their ability to sort of rebound. When I talk about rebound now, and you talked about sort of the trend, I would say one great year or a few great years doesn't define a trend. So when I talk about trends, especially with chum salmon, I'm looking at 20 years, 30 years of cycling. And what I'm seeing there is sort of this long-term suppression of productivity. We do have spikes that are absolutely fantastic that were unpredicted, such as this last year, but I wouldn't call it a trend just as yet. So I want to, again, we'd want to see this consistent sort of positive upward trend or upward projection continue to happen in future years to really say that we're feeling comfortable about the sustainability of our chum.
Any comment on the late push of coho? Was that just the Nooksack? Was it seen in other rivers as well?
It was seen in other rivers. Again, we had a late push of chum as well. What folks actually did see this past year was that the fish were kind of held up higher up in the system. We think possibly due to sort of a late arriving fall precipitation events. We think that sort of that water availability was obviously the limiting factor driving our fish up rivers. Finally, when we did see the sort of flooding events, we saw those fish return, like you're talking about, the late push of coho and the late push chum that happened in Deep South Sound. So again, a lot of those fish hanging high up in the system, also staging low in rivers, waiting to push up until the water was suitable for them.
Thanks, Mickey. I don't see any other hands in the room, and I don't believe there are any more online. Are there, Leah?
Nope, that was the final online question.
All right, thanks, Mickey. Next, we're going to move into some of the forecasts for this year. So I'll hand it off to Dr. Kirsten Simonson.
Thanks, Kyle. So we're going to start with Chinook forecast for this year. Mark can go to the next slide. So this is a kind of a figure looking at the historic run size for Puget Sound Chinook. And you can see that the dark colored blue is hatchery stocks and the light colored blue is wild stocks. And two things I want to draw your attention to on kind of in the middle of this figure, you'll see the wild 10-year average prior to ESA listing in 1999. So that's when the stock was ESA listed by the government. And so that is, you're looking at an average run size in that 10-year period of 62,900 fish. And so the kind of on the right-hand side of this figure, you can see the wild 10-year average of the most recent 10 years, and you can see where that lands at 41,800. So I want to point out that wild Chinook stocks are still down 34% since in their 10-year average since that listing in 1999. And so this is just something to keep in mind as we're going forward thinking about Chinook seasons and Chinook forecasts, is that that wild 10-year average is still significantly down from the time of listing. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of a look at the forecast returns from last year, from 2022. And just to kind of orient you to this slide, you'll see kind of just a map of all the major stocks around the Puget Sound and coastal regions. Anything that's labeled in green is considered a good return. So that's 25% more than the most recent 10-year average. The blue is neutral. So that's within kind of, plus or minus 25% of the most recent 10-year average. And anything in red is poor. So that's 25% or more below the most recent 10-year average. So you can see from this figure that fall returns are mostly looking neutral to good throughout the Puget Sound region. You can just see the one red spot out on the coast, that's the Queets River. And so, yeah, so kind of a little bit of mixed bag, but you'll see mostly it's good, neutral to good returns from last fall. Next slide, please. So now, kind of the same pattern here with the green being 25% more than the recent 10-year average, blue neutral, and the red poor being 25% below the most recent 10-year average. Kind of looking throughout the sound again, we can see that it's mostly, again, neutral to good forecasts for the current season, 2023. So the Puget Sound total forecasted returns or forecast for this year is just over 258,000 fish. That includes 229,000 hatchery origin Chinook and just shy of 30,000 wild Chinook. Moving out to the coast, you'll see that coastal forecast is a little over 81,000. And that's roughly half and half between hatchery origin and wild origin stocks. And again, you can see mostly neutral to good throughout the whole region, with the one kind of poor forecast is in the Elwha. So if we kind of look at what this, see what this looks like over time, so you'll see this is between 2012 and now, kind of the most recent 10-year period. Here again, the dark blue is hatchery stock and the light blue is wild stocks from kind of historical, and the orange is the forecasted stocks for last year and this year. Again, darker color is hatchery and lighter color is wild. We can see that hatchery forecasts are up about 34% and wild are down 29% over the most recent 10-year average. We can also see that hatchery are up 5% and wild are down 1% compared to last year. So overall, this means that the total look for Puget Sound Chinook is up 22% from the recent 10-year average and up 4% from last year if we look at hatchery and wild combined. So if we move out to the coast, kind of same pattern here with the dark being hatchery and the light being wild. We can see that hatchery forecasts are up 7% and wild forecasts are up 8% as compared to the most recent 10-year average. However, forecasts are slightly down from 2022. So hatchery down 5% and wild down 4% compared to last year. So we look at this kind of as an aggregate total Chinook up 7% from the most recent 10-year average and slightly down from last year again. So moving into the coho forecasts, again, this is the historic run size for coho throughout the Puget Sound region. Again, the dark is the hatchery stocks and the wild is in the lighter color. And you can see the most recent 10-year average kind of highlighted by that red dashed line on the lower right-hand corner. And you can see the most recent 10-year average is about 573,000. So again, same kind of pattern with the same indicators. Green, good, more than 25% from the historic 10-year average, neutral in blue, and poor in the red. And obviously you can see a pretty significant pattern here for the 2022 forecasted returns. You can kind of see that South Sound kind of had generally poor returns, whereas the rest of the sound was more good to neutral. So as moving into the forecast for 2023, again, a little bit of a mixed bag here. Ranged from poor to good throughout the sound. The total forecast for this year is over 760,000 fish, and that's composed of 462,000 hatchery origin and close to 298,000 wild origin fish. The forecasts are mostly good on the coast, and this has kind of been a recent trend for having really positive returns and positive forecasts for coastal coho. And you can see that that's about 519,000 total coho, and that's divided up into about 300,000 hatchery origin and 216,000 wild origin. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words here. I had too much coffee this morning. And I will point out too, for anybody who has the handout slides in the room, the numbers that are here are slightly different than the numbers that are on the handout slides, but the actual handout of the forecast represents these numbers. There was a couple of late additions last night after those slides got printed. So just pointing that out. So if we look at the actual kind of trends in the forecast over the last several years, you can kind of see a couple things I want to point out is you'll notice that 2015 is that year that was kind of the coho crash. And we've kind of been in this rebound, like rebuilding period since then. And that kind of goes back to a lot of the climate information that Mickey was just talking about. So we can see that as that rebound is happening, that means that the stocks have greatly increased as compared to the 10-year average, but that's because the 10-year average includes that poor year of 2015. So just keep that in mind. So we can see that hatchery stocks are up about 50% and wild stocks are up about 6% compared to that recent 10-year average, which again includes that poor year. And compared to just last year, hatchery stocks are up about 16% and wild up about 11% as compared to last year. So if we combine both hatchery and wild, we're looking at an increase of about 32% as compared to the 10-year average, which again includes that 2015, and 14% from last year. So you can kind of see this linear trend in coho rebounding since that crash. So we move out to the coast. It's very similar pattern here. I think this is a really interesting number to show, is that hatchery stocks are up 100% since that recent 10-year average. And again, this is this rebound from 2015, and 53% for the wild stocks over the recent 10-year average. Hatchery stocks are up 30% and wild are up 2% compared to last year. And if we look at that combined, this is a total increase of 70% in coho from the 10-year average, and 9% from last year if we look at hatchery and wild combined. Now I'm going to turn it over to Matt Bogart, who's going to walk us through chum, pink, and sockeye.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Matt Bogart. I'm the chum, pink, and sockeye specialist. I'm going to walk through some of the recent year's returns and get into some of the forecasts. Before I get started, I want to thank everyone that has been a part of producing forecasts and that collects all the data that goes into it. It takes a lot of people and a lot of work to produce these. So I'm going to start out with chum. Similar to what Kirsten just showed, we have the Puget Sound wide distribution over the recent 50 years of our data set, and the darker blue on the top. And in general, we have this sort of parabolic shape where we had somewhat lower returns in the 1970s, higher returns moving into the 90s and the early 2000s. And now we're in this sort of downward trend in recent years where we're not only below that long-term trend, but we're also below our recent 10-year trend. So building into 2023, we can see that we're building off of pretty poor parent brood stock or parent brood coming into this year. And as Mickey said, we've had a few good years now, or a few years where you can see that notch kind of come up from 2019. But as Mickey said, it takes more than a few years. We want to see some improvement. We could also keep in mind that if we look back at our brood from 2017, 2018, that we should have expected those returns to be even higher than what they came in. Sorry, I go back. I gave you the wrong signal, Mark. And we also have the coast returns showed there on the bottom as well in purple and orange, a little bit harder to see, but you kind of see that those stocks have kind of remained consistent through time. Okay. The good news is that fall chum throughout Puget Sound and on the coast were relatively good compared to our 10-year average. These are preliminary numbers from 2022. We don't have escapement estimates. So especially for Hood Canal and South Sound, these are relative using the most recent in-season update numbers. But we do expect that not only were we above forecast, but we were above that 10-year average. And then we met pretty much all of our escapement goals throughout Puget Sound. Yep. Moving into this year, things are looking a little bit different, ranging from poor to neutral throughout Puget Sound. Once again, we're building off of pretty poor parent brood coming into this year. Just to give you an idea of kind of what goes into these Puget Sound forecasts, we're looking at our age composition, parent brood, and we're using models that use some of those environmental predictors that Mickey had mentioned to be able to predict productivity. And as we've talked about before, productivity is kind of on that downward trend, so that we're kind of leading towards these poor and neutral forecasts for this year. So our just kind of briefly go through Hood Canal forecast is poor, 231,000. South Central Sound is sort of on that borderline, but still barely meeting that neutral threshold at 350,000 combined. And things are looking somewhat average on the coast at 46,000, 54,000. The good news is, despite things looking relatively forward and neutral, that we are still expecting to meet our wild escapement goals. Once again, leading into 2023, just kind of give you an idea of how things are shaping up. Once again, we don't have specific escapement or run reconstruction numbers for 2022. So I'm presenting the forecast for 2022 here along with 2023. We have a pretty good indication that that the return was actually quite a bit above forecast, just to give you an idea. But we were right around that 10-year average. You can see the hatchery and wild split out here. But once again, looking back, we're expecting mostly 4 and 3-year-old chum returns. So looking back at 2019, 2020, those parent brood years are pretty poor moving into this year. Things are a little bit better on the coast. Willapa Bay and Grays Harbor forecasts are right around that neutral range and have been somewhat consistent over the last several years. So once again, neutral on Willapa Bay and Grays Harbor is forecasted to be a bit of an increase, up 21% over that recent year average. Okay. Now I'll move into our pink returns and pink forecast. Here's a similar figure. So you can see pink have been fairly variable over time, but sort of similar to chum following likely the poor ocean conditions with the blob and the heat waves that Mickey had mentioned. We had a decline in 2015 through 2017-19, following way below that average, that 10-year average. Things kind of came back a little bit better in 2021, where we came closer to that average at about 3.7 million moving into 2021. Go ahead, Mark. So you can see throughout the sound that we had, again, somewhat variable returns, more on the negative side up north in the Nooksack, but more neutral as we move further south. Nisqually was on the poor side, and Hood Canal was on the good side. I believe all these stocks outside of the Nooksack did achieve their escapement goals for pinks in 2021. In 2023, once again, we have a somewhat variable forecast. Nooksack again is kind of had a sort of downward trend here in the recent couple of cycles, forecasted to be well below the escapement goal in the Nooksack. Skagit and Stilly Snohomish are more in that neutral category, although we should acknowledge that Stillaguamish has had several years of poor returns, so we should be somewhat cautious there. The Green River has a pretty phenomenal forecast. It's actually about double what the parent return was in 2021. They had a pretty good year of out-migrating fry, so we'll look forward to seeing what returns to the Green River. Nisqually likewise had a really excellent fry out migration in 2022, so we're forecasting a good return for Nisqually, as well as our Hood Canal stocks in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Okay. Here's a breakdown to give us a frame of reference for the recent 10 years or 10 cycles for our pinks. So once again, we're kind of right along that 10-year average. We're slightly above our returns from 2021, forecasting just under 4 million Puget Sound wide. Yeah. Now we'll jump up to give us an idea of what we're expecting for the Fraser pink forecast. This is a figure that I stole from our colleagues at Pacific Salmon Commission. The bars indicate the run size over the recent 20 years of cycles. There's a yellow line on that figure that indicates the run timing for those specific years as well. So you can see that our forecast for Fraser pinks this year is at 6.1 million, and that is below that long-term average. And you can see even somewhat below the recent few years cycle. And that's largely because that 2021 was one of the worst fry out migrant documented in the recent record anyway. There's a lot of flooding in the Fraser in 2022, so things are a little more uncertain up there for pinks. All right, moving into sockeye. I'm going to start with Puget Sound sockeye, and then I'll briefly touch on Columbia and Fraser sockeye at the end as well. Once again, you see that Lake Washington sockeye hit, and the darker blue on top has been really variable, but what we see is over the last 20 years that they've really been poor decline and been far below that escapement goal. Baker sockeye, things have improved somewhat, but we're still hoping for an improvement there. This is the lighter blue, a little bit harder to see on the bottom there, but gives a frame of reference of how things have shaped up in the Baker. Go ahead. So looking back at last year, I think this might be a good example to kind of address the previous question that sockeye returns are not necessarily correlated among stocks. this is only 1 year of data, but this kind of holds true over time as well, that these fish are not experiencing the same freshwater conditions. They have different migration timing, and they likely have different migration routes as well. So we don't necessarily see the same patterns across Puget Sound even, or compared to Columbia River sockeye. Baker did have a nice return in 2022. They were above forecast and had a nice return there. Lake Washington was also above forecast, but well below the 10-year average, well below escapement goals there. Columbia River, as we've noted already, that they had a pretty phenomenal return in most of the stocks, with the exception of the Yakima and Deschutes, not really producing much. Snake River sockeye had a pretty outstanding year as well, so it was pretty positive news from last year. Looking ahead at this year for our Washington stocks, Baker's forecasted to have a somewhat similar return to last year. Lake Washington is the forecast is better, but than last year's forecast, but the forecast is worse than last year's return. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. So once again, these Lake Washington sockeye, they deal with a lot of issues in their freshwater habitat, high temperatures reaching Ballard locks, potential for a pre-spawn mortality there, as well as outmigrating smolts, potentially interacting with non-native predators. So pretty low return for Lake Washington. Columbia River is forecasted to have a overall neutral return, although the Wenatchee return is forecast to be poor. That forecast is still about 27,000 above escapement goal, so that's at least good news for that return. And the Okanagan forecast is right around neutral. Snake River, once again, is forecasted to have a pretty good year with things improving in the hatchery setting there as well. Okay. So once again, just to give an idea of the most recent 10 years and how things have shaped up for at least Baker and Lake Washington, that we're forecasting, at least for Baker, to be right around that 10-year average, and Lake Washington is still falling below. We see that Lake Washington is about 65% lower coming into 2023. So up to definitely keep an eye on that. Okay. Frame of reference again for the Columbia River stocks. We see that, like I mentioned earlier, Wenatchee is forecasted to be lower, declining 35% over that 10-year average. Although, like I said, we're still hoping that our forecast will lead us to be exceeding escapement goals. Okanagan is also forecasted to be 23% lower than that 10-year average. Okay. Fraser sockeye, as Mickey mentioned, we've had a really low return in 2022. That was one of the, like Mickey said, is the lowest return that we've experienced on that cycle since the 1970s. Things aren't really looking much better for 2023. But once again, we're building on a fairly poor cycle going back to 2020 and 2019. We're way below that 10-year average and that cycle average for Fraser sockeye this year. The total sockeye forecast is 1.6 million. We've had historically low productivity, so that's going to definitely be a factor for Fraser system this year.
Thanks, Matt and Kirsten. We'll go through questions the same way. I'll look for hands in the room, and Leah will watch for hands online. We have a number of our regional staff who are involved in developing the forecast, some in the room, some online. So Kirsten and Matt may need to phone a friend for some of the more stock specific questions. So if you're here in your WDFW staff and you hear a question you think you can help on, raise your hand. I thought I saw Joel's hand go up in the room, and again, online, put your hand up and we'll just alternate.
Hi, thanks for taking the question, Kyle. Joel Kawahara, a salmon troller from Quilcene. So the question, Matt, was about summer chums. You went through fall chum, and of course,
Yes.
summer chum are under ESA recovery plans. And just wondering if you monitor those and how they're doing. I'll just say parenthetically, we've heard that that recovery of that stock is going pretty well around the region. Thank you for taking the question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have indication. I didn't present summer chum in this presentation, but we had an indication last year that they had really nice returns there, and the forecast looking into this year was right around average, I believe. So not necessarily a sign for improvement for 2023, but definitely last year things looked a little bit better.
Other questions in the room?
Good morning. My name's Doug Carlberg. I live in Bellingham. I've been a commercial fisherman or a fish buyer now for 51 years. I got a couple of specific questions. The first one is so that I understand your bar graphs. Lots of blue lines and an orange one. Are the blue lines the previous forecast or is that the actual run?
Those were the actual runs.
Okay.
Run reconstruction. Sorry, I should have clarified that as I was going through, but yeah, the blue bars are run reconstructed numbers and the orange bars are all forecasted numbers.
Okay. Because you gotta kind of watch out what you're comparing there too. So how many chums were caught in Puget Sound this last year?
That's a good question.
That's one somebody should have. right?
Yeah, I see our commercial folks are back there. It's like we're pulling it up. So
Well, they're looking for it.
yeah,
I'll ask the follow-up questions there. So you do not have escapement numbers yet.
that's correct. Probably be a couple of months before all that's compiled and kind of it goes through a whole vetting process and go through all the data integrity and
I guess
compiled.
I'm leading to an interesting question, and that is I walked some of the streams and what I saw was pretty spectacular. And you've done something for 51 years. It comes from some experience. And then I know the harvest was reasonably robust. And when you add the two numbers together and compare it to last year's forecast, the people that put the forecast are great people. But the forecast looks like it was off. So my question is, as long as that's all true, we're waiting for the number back here. Is there something missing from your model to make it more accurate? I guess that's what we're all looking for, but because it looks to me like last year's forecast on fall chums was off by quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a great question. That's something that we're always working towards improving, trying to understand these specific systems. Some of the stocks may or may not be experiencing the same conditions. So looking how we can work with regional staff to improve those forecasts. If we're able to use fry out migrant data to give us an idea of how the freshwater productivity was. So we're not just relying on our recruits per spawner method. Giving, like Mickey gave that presentation, getting an understanding on how those specific values might relate to productivity and marine survival. So that's just something that we're working to improve those metrics and improve our understanding of those relationships between our specific stocks. So like you said, there's a lot that goes into it. We also understand that age composition is something that fluctuates over time and is relative to potentially those same marine conditions. So this, unfortunately, we do our best and sometimes we're more wrong than others, and we're working to improve those methods.
I didn't mean to criticize you. I know a lot about predictions because after 51 years, I've seen a few.
Sure.
They're not particularly accurate. It doesn't matter what agency does them or what state does them or what province does them. It was mostly looking at the mathematics and saying, let's admit that they're not very accurate, because then what happens is you start doing test fishing, right? We start actually measuring return data and we don't get hung up on the prediction, right? Because if we know the prediction is not very accurate. So let me ask you one more question here and then I'll get off the microphone. You put up the pink salmon predictions. You told us that it was the smallest small top migration measured on the Fraser in a long time. And yet in Washington state, we've got two rivers that are at their highest. And in fisheries science, one of the things we've done for years is we use index streams, especially in an area that's got a lot of streams that we just can't physically measure all of them. So there's kind of a dichotomy going on there between Washington State's survival and I'll add to that, of course, the Washington State rivers are probably easier to measure because they're smaller rivers. The Fraser's kind of like putting a teaspoon under Niagara Falls and then extrapolating your future from it. So maybe you could talk a little bit about what rivers you did in Washington State, which ones you took smolt out migration from, which ones you didn't. And if you got any scientific knowledge to share with us, why we would see within a same basic geographical region such a difference between Washington State's numbers and the Fraser numbers.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. A lot of it comes down to the specific watersheds. To give some insight on the Fraser, they experienced a lot of flooding in 2022. So just physically estimating out migrating fry was difficult for them. So there's definitely some uncertainty there in projecting from fry to adults. We deal with uncertainty on our end as well. It might also just depend on when those flooding events occurred. So if that lined up with out migrating fry and how we're able to estimate that. So that's definitely something to consider. For Puget Sound specifically, we incorporate fry estimates, I think, in virtually all of our major river systems, except for Hood Canal. We do have fry estimates on the Duckabush, but actually does predict pretty decently for the rest of Hood Canal as well. But for the green, that was, I think, one of the larger ones that we forecasted. We have out migrating fry estimates for the green, Nisqually, Puyallup, Stillaguamish, Snohomish, Skagit. Although I think, I think that was about it. So
Okay, well, I mean, it's just, you find that this smolt out migration monitoring adds precision to this, because we measure spawners, right?
yeah,
And then we measure sometimes smolt out migration, and then we hope during the next 3 years, things are good, right? And that's the only reason I'm asking about smolt out migration, because it is a scientific measuring point.
yeah, definitely. And so one thing we try to do with all of our forecasts is we look at how well they perform over time. We look at 1 year ahead forecasting essentially. So we can go back to our historical data, compare the run reconstructed numbers to what the forecast was, and basically estimate our percent error by doing so. And we can actually look at our forecast for this year and see, like, was this model good historically or better performing than other models? So one thing that we've done this year is go through some of our regional specific forecast numbers and try to take a look at whether or not having that fry out migrant data, specifically for pinks, if that can improve the forecast. And generally it does, definitely.
All right, thank you very
Yep.
much.
So Leah, I noticed our bio up in the Skagit area, Andrew raised his hand. He might have something to add specific to this.
Yeah, I do. This is Andrew Fowler. I'm the Skagit District Fish Bio. And just put a little bit of put something on what happened in 2021. We had major flooding in the Skagit, Nooksack, and Fraser right at the end of pink spawning. And the Nooksack and Fraser especially took the brunt of it. Skagit got hit hard, but not nearly as hard as those two systems did. Terrible timing on that storm.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Andrew. I see Frank had his hand up in the room. I see you too, Shannon, but we do have an online hand up. So we'll take the online question. Frank, if you want to move up to the table, you'll go next.
Our next online question is from Kyle. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Kyle Toll here from the Puget Sound Wreckfish Enhancement Fund Oversight Committee. Just a question about the Puyallup pink numbers, which really forecast to be really low. Was that that out migration in 2021, or what? Anyone can comment on that a little bit more?
Yeah, that was essentially the largest part of that prediction was just poor out migrant year in 2022. So that kind of led to a bad forecast or lower forecast for this year. We do look at some environmental covariates with those, specifically with Puyallup and Nisqually returns. And, we're hopeful that, like we've heard that there were some good ocean conditions this last couple of years. So that still holds us at a pretty decent forecast for some of those systems. But Puyallup specifically had a lower year of fry out migration.
No, thank you. If I could just add to, in general, it looked like the like with some of the Chinook and Coho forecasts, some deviation between, I can't tell on the forecast map where those little circles go next to it. Looks like the White River had some greens, and then main stem Puyallup red in some cases. I don't know if there's some comment that could be made about that deviation in that system where it seems like one side's doing good and the other not so good.
Yeah, sorry, could you repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah, it just seems like some parts of the Puyallup system, like the White River, had a lot of green associated with it on the 2023 forecast map, or whereas like the main stem is red. Like for Coho, I think is the let's see if I can go back to that real quick.
You said Coho, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like Gabe has a answer.
Yeah, our district bio for there is Gabe Madel. He's walking up to the mic right now.
Sorry. Yeah, I can answer that. I think the forecast differences that you're seeing are probably specific between the White and the Puyallup, as you mentioned. So the White River, we have a pretty robust forecast relative to last year for natural origin coho, whereas in the Puyallup, it's down a little bit from last year. So the forecast there is around 1,000 NORs, and that's based on smolt trap estimates as well of out migrating juveniles. And yeah, the White River in general usually performs a little bit better from an NOR population standpoint. So unfortunately, the Puyallup in the last decade has been a little depressed compared to the White. In fact, I think the average NOR escapement to the Puyallup drainage separate from the White is averaging around 450 NOR coho.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Gabe. All right, next we have Frank at the table here.
Yeah, Frank Herbeck, directed probably at Mickey. I alluded to earlier that my view that the Baker was going to be on a conservative basis. And as you know, I've been punching a lot of numbers and probably getting in your hair and all that sort of thing. But my view is that that's not a conservative number, that 31,000. I would say based on my analysis, you got a 50-50 chance of meeting or exceeding that number. And as you're well aware, and Edward is aware too, that every time the run comes in less than forecast, the sportsmen don't get their fair share of fish. But if it comes in greater, the tribes still do, because they're able to take the supplemental fish, from the trap at concrete. So it isn't a matter of, well, 1 year you're up, 1 year you're down. It's a case of equity and fairness in the sharing, and the tribes can 100% of the time get their fish. So that's why the preseason forecast is essential. And I've made this point for the last decade or two. I noticed that you're about 82% of what your actual run was last year. In the case of the Columbia River, the forecast is about 35%. In the case of Lake Washington, it's about 46%. So I disagree with you. I think being conservative, it should be something that you would hit maybe 90% of the time. And that would get you down around 20,000, 25,000. I sent you guys in a comment, a month or so ago on this issue. And so, you made your forecast, and I understand the process quite well, But I'm asking you and Edward and those that you go to for advice. I think you have getting input from Puget Sound anglers and input from the CCA as well, is that have that conversation with a tribe, figure out something like a buffer. If not a buffer, is to work in so that you don't overshoot. And I understand how you maybe got there, but I don't agree with your number. And I think you guys did not come in conservative. And I don't think we need to waste anybody's time debating how you got there. We can talk about it privately, but that number is too high. Thank you.
So I saw Shannon had his hand up. So if you want to go up to the table, we'll take the next one online, Leah.
Our next hand is from Zachary. Go ahead.
Hey guys, appreciate it. So looking at the forecast for Gorst and especially Tulalip Bay, what's sort of going into those forecasts, given that they don't really have a freshwater component, and just sort of building off of that, given that they're both down compared to some of the other things, specifically looking at Tulalip being notably lower than the Snohomish. Is that an indication of just like like those Snohomish components and some of the other rivers are really being driven by strong freshwater smolt survival?
Do you have any ideas? Yeah. Or if Pete's online.
Yeah, no problem. So looking at the forecasts for the Gorst Creek and also for Tulalip Bay, it looks like those are down a bit relative to 2022. And whereas some of our, looking sort of at Tulalip Bay and Snohomish as sort of being, located very same, but one is a, freshwater river system and the other is very much not. Can we look at the Tulalip being, notably lower than the Snohomish, at least relative to 2022, I guess, and conclude that, or not necessarily conclude, but as an indication that the freshwater has been really driving the Snohomish that higher Snohomish forecast?
So Edward, Pete did put his hand up. He could probably help speak to this.
That's fine. Pete.
Hi, guys. Pete right here, District Fish Bio for Stilly Snow. So what species are you talking about?
Oh, I thought I was looking at, let me make sure I know what I'm talking about. For so like looking at the Chinook forecasts, like 2023 Tulalip is showing 5,500 for 2023 compared to 7,600 in 2022. Which is, notably down, whereas the Snohomish seems to be ticking up to 8,400. That's the fall fingerling, relative to 5,700 in 2022. That's sort of my main comparison. Then Gorst is also, down to 7,400 compared to 8,900.
Okay, so we're talking about Chinook.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sorry. I should have clarified that.
Well, I think that the Chinook production over in Tulalip Bay, it's all hatchery production. And so those juveniles migrating juveniles have a totally different experience than the Snohomish River does. So there'll be differences because of that.
Yeah. Okay. That's sort of, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete.
All right, Shannon.
Good to go, huh? Shannon Moore, Bellingham, Washington. So the last time we got to fish commercially on Lake Washington sockeye was in 1988, and I participated. So I let you know how long I've been involved in this fishing here in the Pacific Northwest. And very much involved in Whatcom County. I'm very much involved in our fisheries situations there. And one in particular problem we have is our early arriving Chinook, which is on the South Fork, not the North Fork. And so we've got a problem with that system in that the water's extremely warm. And of course, the fish fall out. They can't take that kind of heat problem. I think when we lose about 2,500 this year waiting to go up into the hatchery system there. But the thing that bothers me the most, it has to do with the reach from the hatchery down to Acme Saxon. And I said a long time ago when we're involved in shared strategy, everybody remember shared strategy? That we need to be thinking about protecting the resource. And in this situation, I mentioned years ago that we shouldn't have any human interaction in that reach of the system. Because those fish don't need any more stress, because they got to lay there for a long time. And now we've got this warm water condition. We got people canoeing and kayaking and, you know, the whole gamut. And I just think that the Department of Fisheries, which has jurisdiction over what happens in the water, should take a little better stand on the situation. So that's my comment on the South Fork Chinook, early arriving Chinook. We used to call them springers. They're really not springers anymore. So looking at my notes here, I took a note on the coho question. The question I have is, what's the situation with the cohos in the Fraser River? Maybe somebody here that's following that can give us an idea of what's going on there. And the other backup question to that is, are the Canadians clipping coho? And I go back to the days when we actually had a directed fishery on coho, salmon, Fraser stocks. So that's how long I've been involved. Now, because of this coho issue, it affects our domestic fisheries, something fierce. And some people get to take wild Fraser coho, and some people are not allowed to. And so we need to have, from the commercial side of things here, we need to have an understanding of the health of that coho run. And talk to the Canadians a lot, Canadian commercial guys, and they're telling me that coho run is very healthy. So we need more information on that, because it really ties our hands when we go into a chum fishery up at Point Roberts. And so I'm going to go on and talk about chum in the Nooksack. And I want to say that, you know, salmon are apolitical. They can't, they don't read the clock, and they go wherever the heck they decide to go. That's what salmon do. That's how they survive. So what I noticed here in the past 2 years is 60 miles up the North Fork of the Nooksack, we're seeing chum, which I would call winter run chum, a week before December. Huge volumes of these chum spawning up there around Glacier. And I guess my point I'm bringing up here, I don't think that's a spawner index. And with regard to chum salmon and what salmon do is they stray a lot. You know, they know the habitat they want to spawn in. And so I would say I think we need more boots on the ground, actually out there looking. and looking hard, and I don't think the tribe does spawner index past Zender Corner, which is maybe 4 or 5 miles above the hatchery at Kendall. So, you know, I think we need to be looking for these fish on the grounds a little bit more. And then my last comment or question has to do with Joel's discussion on summer chum. And specifically in the quill scene. Now, the commercial fishery for coho in the quill scene is, well, we really don't have one. Let's put it that way, but we did at one time. And it's an issue with summer chum. And the point I try to remind the department is we got to be flexible here. The coho, which are hatchery driven, arrive 2 weeks before the chum. Okay, so my point here is that we should have some kind of a fishery, and that would be a terminal area fishery on those coho. That quill scene chum was brood stocked by the gillnet fishermen using 5-inch gear there. That's what we did. We went in, we helped the feds build that run, and we used gillnets, 5-inch gear. If they don't kill, you can just pick them out and put them in a live holding facility. But so that coho fishery is, I think we could do a little bit better job for the commercial guys. They're managing it for a beach seine, and the guys aren't really interested in beach seining. So let's bring back a handful of gillnets in there. What are we gonna do? You know, what are we gonna do? When we start catching chum, we're gonna leave. Okay, thanks.
So there's a lot there, Shannon. I know there'll be a Puget Sound commercial breakout where you can get into some of the
What
details
about
on that.
The Canadian
The-
coho question.
So I was going to take a shot at that one.
Yeah.
If you want to get into specifics of stock assessment on chum and the Nooksack, we can get you with our regional staff up there to talk about that.
Yeah.
The interior Fraser coho, which is what people just call Thompson coho, is a stock that when we have opportunities for larger coho fisheries, that does often become our driver. We don't have Canadian forecast yet this year. We have a data exchange with the Canadian Southern Panel middle of this month. Generally, a bunch of that stock has been better. We don't have established breakpoints through the PSC process for what abundance means that we can go up in exploitation rate a little bit. That's something that's got to get worked through the whole Pacific Salmon Commission Southern Panel process. So that's a ways out, but generally the stock has been doing better.
Yeah.
And we're suddenly a little bit behind where we want to be. So happy to talk to you on the side more about
Yeah.
that, Shannon. But I saw one other hand in the room.
I'll make one last comment on that. You know, the old management strategy is they give the US 3,000 pieces of those sockeyes, and then we were done. So, you know.
Thanks, Shannon. One other hand in the room, and then we'll move on to the next presentation.
I'm Rob Larson, and I'm a Puget Sound Angler chapter president, and I sit on the sockeye Baker Lake Sockeye Advisory Group. So I had a comment about Frank's comment. I've already shared my opinion, but I do believe that we need to be cautious with the run this year, and that somehow we need to make sure that we get equal division of the fish, which can happen by taking the remainder of the fish, of the tribal fish at the trap. And I suggest that we do that so that we don't overshoot and hurt the sportsmen. I had a question for, with regards to the juvenile catch rate in Puget Sound. I know that it's 20% is what is used in, for the mortality of the fish that are impacted. And what my question is how is that translated to the adult equivalency in the model. And I asked that question at the Sportsman Show of Kirsten, and they said, bring it up at North of Falcon. And I don't know if Derek Dapp is here, but I'm curious what the model has to get to the adult equivalency.
Derek is here. I don't know if you want to come up, Derek. He would be the best person to answer that question, so.
Sorry about that, apologies. I have to confess, I was back there working and I heard my ears perked up when I heard Derek Dapp.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sit by me. Huh?
Yeah, so the way that the AEQs and sublegals interact is that first, the mortalities are calculated. So as you mentioned, there's a different mortality rate for both sublegal fish and legal fish in Puget Sound. And for Chinook, that rate is 20% for sublegal fish. So the model calculates mortalities on a stock basis as well as on an age basis. And based off the differing maturation rates and natural mortality of each stock, basically what the model does is it looks at those mortalities by age, and it's after it has those mortalities by age calculated, whether the fish was legal or sublegal, then it applies an AEQ rate. So for example, it'll apply a lower adult equivalency rate for say a 2-year-old fish versus a 4-year-old fish, because a 4-year-old fish is much more likely to make it back to the terminal run, if that makes any sense.
It does. I'm curious what that number is in the model for juvenile fish that you're using, because we know that the predation on those fish is huge. You know, maybe even in excess of 90%. And if we're counting 20% of those fish, I'm wondering how the model accounts for the adult equivalency with the number of fish that would be dead anyway through natural origin.
I'd love to circle up with you, and if you want, we can go back there to my computer in just a second. But that adult equivalency rate, it is stock specific. So you are right; it is accounting for that natural mortality, and I can, like I said, I'll give you some more information in just a moment. But it is also accounting for maturation rate, which varies stock by stock. So if there's a particular stock you're interested in, we can take a look.
Okay, thank you. My next question was: I noticed that we have 324. And this is more for Kirsten or somebody else, but we have 324 additional fish in the Stilly this year, which is wonderful, of wild origin fish. I want to voice my opinion that those fish should be used in an area where we get the biggest bang for our buck, so to speak. In other words, at least some of them should be used in an area where we have minimal impact on Stilly fish and where we have the optimum ability to increase opportunity for sportsmen. And so I just want to share that. And we have a lot of fish returning in the South Sound. That might be a good area to use some of those fish. And I would think that that would be a better way to get more opportunity for sportsmen. So I just wanted to share that.
And well, as we move into our breakouts this afternoon, later this morning, that's the kind of stuff we want to talk about there and moving forward. We're trying to get through the forecast and sort of questions specific to the forecast and that background in this big session here.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll come back.
So with that, I believe the Columbia River forecasts are up next. So I'll pass it off to Matt.
Okay, Mark.
Mark,
Okay.
I read the slide. It's wrong.
All good. Mark Sorrell, I'm a research scientist in the Columbia River Management Unit. So I'm based out of Ridgefield, Washington, and I'm technical staff. So any questions about management are going to be wasted on me, but thank you. So I am a member of the Technical Advisory Committee for the USP Oregon Management Agreement, where we do a lot of forecasting and run reconstruction for the Columbia River stocks. So I'm going to present returns and forecasts, 2022 returns and 2023 forecasts for Chinook, coho, and sockeye for the Columbia River. Steelhead, sorry, not sockeye. Sockeye were presented in the previous talk. And yeah, okay, so let's get right into Chinook. Yep. So we have 3 runs of Chinook salmon corresponding with 3 different fishing seasons in the Columbia River. Those are our spring, summer, and fall. And interestingly, spring Chinook are not a major component of ocean fisheries, and so they are not included in North of Falcon. However, I am going to present spring returns and forecasts, given that some folks may fish in the Columbia and be interested in that. This plot here shows the returns of those 3 runs through time. And what we see, generally speaking, is that the returns are cyclical in maybe a decadal pattern. And currently in 2022, we seem to be climbing out of some lower returns that we saw more like in 2018. Okay, so I'm now going to present the 2022 returns of spring Chinook and summer Chinook. So in the Columbia River, we think about lower Columbia River returns of spring Chinook downstream of Bonneville Dam, and upstream Columbia River returns upstream of Bonneville Dam for spring Chinook. And in 2022, our returns were about in line or just above the 10-year average for those stocks. Another stock that we have in the Columbia River is the summer Chinook, which return mostly to the upper Columbia River where they spawn. And similarly to the spring Chinook in 2022, the return of the summer Chinook stock was very near the 10-year average and just above. So now I'll move into our expectation for spring and summer returns in the 2023 year. We are expecting the returns of spring Chinook to be just greater than they were last year in 2022. One thing of note is that for the management of upriver spring Chinook salmon, there are a couple of endangered stocks, one of which is the wild fish that return to the Snake River. And the management agreement specifies that when the forecasted return of the wild component is less than 10% of the forecasted return of the total upriver run, it is then the wild component that will set the management planning preseason. One thing I do want to harken back to here is something that Kyle said, which is that these forecasts are what we're going to be using for preseason planning. However, in the Columbia River, we do have the ability and we do update our runs in season for a number of our stocks, and spring Chinook upriver spring Chinook are one of those stocks that we are able to and do update during the run, and that feeds into management. So before we move on to the next slide, the summer Chinook, we also expect to see a return, which is about on par with the 10-year average. So that wraps spring and summer Chinook, and now I'm going to move on to fall Chinook, and I'll present the 2022 returns. We do have quite a bit more stock structure for the fall Chinook than we do for the spring Chinook. As you can see with all these stocks that are listed here and shown on the map, which shows approximately where those stocks return. Those stocks on the left are divided into Thule's and Brights, which are 2 kind of different life histories of Chinook salmon that we have in the Columbia River Basin. So I'll highlight a couple of the kind of interesting and important stocks. The lower river hatchery stock, which actually includes both hatchery and wild fish, tends to be important for structuring fisheries. In 2022, the return was in line with the 10-year average. Another interesting stock to point out is the Bonneville Pool hatchery stock. And what was interesting about that is that in 2022, that stock hit the jackpot. And we saw the greatest return, I believe, on record for the Bonneville Pool hatchery stock. And they were caught all up and down the coast and in the Columbia River in very high numbers. So moving down to our bright stocks, I want to key in on the upriver bright stock, which returns to the interior Columbia River in both the upper Columbia River and the Snake River Basin primarily. And the return there was about 250,000 in 2022, which was under the 10-year average, but is still what I would consider a decent return. So now looking forward to what we are expecting to see next year. For that important lower river hatchery stock, we're expecting to see just more than what we saw in the previous year. And then for the upriver bright stock, which is another important stock for determining management, we're also expecting to see slightly higher returns than we saw in 2022. So with that, I'll move on to some of the management implications of these forecasts. Keep us moving along here. So this on the right is a figure that shows the return of that LRH stock, which I mentioned is tules that return to the lower Columbia River. The bars represent the returns through time, and that point there is the forecast for 2023. On the left is the management table that governs our harvest rates for these stocks. And so given our forecast of 77,000 fish returning, that puts us in a tier that allows for a 38% exploitation rate, which includes both in-river and ocean fisheries on the LRH stock, which is also an equivalent for a ESA listed component. And that is the same rate that we fished at last year in 2022. So now moving on to the upriver bright stock. Here it's a similar plot where the orange bars show the returns of the total upriver bright stocks. And here a black line shows the return of a wild component that returns to the Snake River. And the reason that I'm showing the wild return that returns to the Snake River is because the way the management system is set up is that when there's two different sets of kind of tiers, one for the total return and one for the wild return. And you can see those in the tables on the left. And as it turns out, whichever tier is lower is the constraining tier for that year. Well, in 2023, given our forecasts for both the total return and the wild component, it puts us in the highest tier in both the wild and the total. So we will be planning to fish at 15% harvest rates for upriver brights, or that will be the allowed. Okay, and I believe that concludes my component of my presentation on Chinook salmon. Now we'll move on to coho. Let's just get right into it. So we have two stocks of coho in the Columbia River, an early returning stock, which tends to turn south in the ocean, and a late returning stock, which tends to turn north in the ocean. The plot on the right shows an estimate reconstruction of the total ocean abundance of these two stocks previous to any fishing effort. And some of you might remember that we were expecting a very high return of coho in 2022. That didn't turn out to quite materialize. However, we still did see returns of coho that were above the 10-year average in 2022. So now I will move on to what we expect to see in 2023. We are expecting to see more coho in 2023 than we did see in 2022 last year, and especially for the late component of coho. So one other thing I want to point out here, if you look on the plot on the right, that shows actually the returns to Bonneville Dam in particular. And most of our coho in the Columbia River do return to tributaries downstream of Bonneville Dam. But this plot was included to show that the component that is returning to upstream of Bonneville Dam has been increasing through time, and that is in large part due to reintroduction programs that have occurred in the Columbia River Basin, so in the interior Columbia River Basin. So it's nice to see that those reintroduction programs are paying off and contributing to coho returns in meaningful numbers. Okay, the next slide has the implications for management of our forecast for 2023. So coho are a little different in that the left side of that table there is the marine survival index rather than the abundance. Of course, those two things are proportional. And for coho, we are forecasting a 30% marine survival index for 2023, which puts us in the high exploitation rate tier, which allows a total exploitation rate of 23%, which includes both ocean and freshwater fisheries. So that concludes coho, and then I'm going to wrap up here by presenting some returns and forecasts for steelhead. Steelhead, like spring Chinook, they're not contributing to ocean fisheries, and so they're not a component of North of Falcon, but they do come into play for Columbia River fisheries, and so I will show some returns and forecasts. So we have two stocks in the Columbia River. We have an A index stock, which is composed of the smaller fish, and a B index stock, which is composed of the larger fish, which primarily return to the Snake River Basin and the Clearwater Basin within the Snake. So this plot here on the right shows the A index return, where the bars are the total return and the black line tracks the wild component of that. And I will show the equivalent slide on for B index on the next slide, the equivalent plot. But before I do that, let me just report on the 2022 returns. So we have been in a period of relatively low steelhead return for the past 5 or so years, as you can see on the plot. And 2022 was no exception. We were below the 10-year average for the A index return, both the total and wild. The B index, however, was actually above the 10-year average. And if we go to the next plot, you can see, next slide, you can see visually the returns of the B index steelhead. And one really fascinating thing with B index steelhead is that over the past several years, we are seeing an even odd year cycle in these fish. And so last year there was we were above the 10-year average. It was an even year. However, the forecast for next year is not to be at that high abundance again, but rather to be relatively quite a bit lower. So it is not a great forecast. It's quite a low forecast for steelhead in 2023 for both the A index and the B index. So we're going to be well below the 10-year average. And that is something that we will be living with if it comes to fruition. Although I will point out that A index steelhead are notoriously difficult to forecast. This is what we predict. And I think that's my last slide, and I'm happy to take any questions, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mark. We are running a bit behind, so we'll take the first hand I see online and the first hand I see in the room. Staff will be available as we go into breakout sessions and during breakout sessions for if there are more questions, but need to move things along now. I actually don't see any hands in the room, but I think there is one online, Leah.
Yes, there is. Kyle, if you could unmute them. I suddenly cannot see the attendees.
Okay, we have Vincent, who I allowed to talk. You may have to unmute on your end, though. Could you remind online participants how to unmute, Leah?
Yes, so *9 is to raise your hand and *6 is to unmute on the phone.
And this is not a phone number. This is a name, Vincent Tan. So if you're on a computer, you just need to find the unmute button on your end. All right, he must be having some trouble, so we will move on in the presentation. And I believe next, if you could go to the next slide, Mark, is Kyle Vandegraff, who's been our representative on the salmon technical team for the past couple of years. Each year, the STT gets together and sort of compiles the coast-wide forecast, so it's a broader look than just Washington stocks. But Kyle's going to walk us through some of those numbers.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Kyle Vandegraff, the other Kyle, and I'm in the role of Ocean Salmon Fishery Manager with the department. As Kyle mentioned, I've been representing the WDFW as an alternate on the salmon technical team, also abbreviated STT. And I'm happy to announce Dr. Alexandria Safiq will be assuming the WDFW STT role in the near future. The STT is an advisory committee to the Pacific Fishery Management Council and a technical work group that provides impact assessments relevant to ESA and the fishery management plan. So I'll be presenting tables 1.1 and 1.2 from the council document preseason report 1, which is a compilation of forecasts and was finalized just earlier this week. The report is available online at pcouncil.org. And on the behalf of the STT, I'd like to thank all state and tribal staff for their contributions to this document, among other things. And sorry for all the constant email traffic from us. So getting into it, I'll start with table 1.1. This is the Chinook forecast table. The 2023 Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecast is 169,800, which is well below the 2022 forecast and the 5-year average. Klamath River Fall Chinook remained designated as overfished by the council, and the forecast of 103,800 is close to half the 2022 forecast. The poor forecast for these two stocks will constrain Chinook fisheries south of Falcon this season. Mark did an excellent job of covering the Columbia River Chinook, so I won't add a whole lot to this section here. I will just say the 38% total allowable exploitation rate on lower Columbia River Tule Chinook has been a consistent constraint for ocean fisheries, and I do expect Tule's to be the limiting stock for North of Falcon ocean fisheries this year. I'll also note the Bonneville Pool Hatchery stock, BPH, and it's represented in this table as SCH or Spring Creek Hatchery. The Spring Creek Hatchery forecast is a good one, as Mark mentioned, and this stock is a real driver for ocean fisheries. So just based on this forecast, assuming it comes to fruition, I'd expect some good fishing for Chinook in the ocean this year. So moving on to page 2. Washington coastal Chinook stocks don't typically play a significant role in ocean fisheries, so I'll just keep this brief. I do want to point out, going down to the Queets spring summer forecast, that forecast is a little bit less than 400 fish and down from 2022. The stock this year met the criteria and was declared overfished when the review of 2022 ocean fisheries was published last month. And I'll just skim right along to page 3, and feel free to take as much time for people to view the numbers as you want. Puget Sound Chinook stocks are not typically impacted heavily by Washington ocean fisheries, but can be a management consideration as all fishing areas contribute to achieving conservation objectives. Dr. Simonson covered these forecasts very well and in detail, so I won't add anything here. I'm just going to transition over to table 1.2 and take a look at coho forecasts. The Oregon Production Index area consists of all coho stocks south of Ledbetter Point. The 2023 forecast is 1,135,700. And while that's smaller than last year's forecast, it is a good forecast. It's above the recent 5-year average, and it should provide ocean coho fishing opportunity this year. And kind of as already touched on, the Columbia River earlies and lates are hatchery runs that make up the majority of that forecast. And they contribute very heavily to ocean recreational fisheries specifically. This year's forecast for those stocks are again pretty similar to what we saw in 19 for anybody that remembers forecasting that year. And the lower Columbia River natural coho or LCNs are forecasted for 45,500. That's down from last year. And again, as Mark mentioned, the allowable exploitation rate on LCN coho is 23% this year, and that is the same as 2022. For Oregon Coastal Naturals, or OCNs, those are up slightly from last year with a forecast of 238,800. The allowable exploitation rate is 20% this year. That's up from 15% last year. So it's possible that Oregon coho fisheries are less constrained than in 2022. For Washington coastal stocks, forecasts are looking mostly good for a second straight year and above the 5-year forecast average as an aggregate. Some of these stocks have been constrained to ocean fisheries in recent years, so these forecasts are pretty encouraging in that regard. I will point out the Queets natural coho stock, which remain designated in overfish status by the council. Those have been a pivotal stock when structuring ocean fisheries in recent years. The forecast of 12,400 is below last year's forecast, but it is the second highest forecast going back to 2013. So on to the final page of the table and Puget Sound coho, most of which are not drivers in ocean fisheries, but are significant to planning inside and terminal fisheries. I'll focus on a few key Puget Sound coho stocks for 2023. Starting with Strait of Juan de Fuca natural coho. Those now meet the criteria for not overfished rebuilding status. The 2023 forecast of 15,600 is actually the highest forecast since 2009. So that's really good to see. And I do need to note for Nooksack Samish Hatchery, I do need to note there's a last minute revision to their forecast. The revised 2023 hatchery forecast is actually 66,600 for Nooksack Samish Hatchery. Skagit natural coho are forecasted for 43,100. That's close to half of the 2022 forecast and pretty well below the 5-year average. When the STT ran the coho FRAM model with last year's fisheries and this year's forecasted coho abundances, the Skagit naturals were the only stock that projected to not meet their 2023 conservation objectives. Okay, and Snohomish natural coho, the forecast is 76,500. That's above last year's forecast. And Snohomish naturals are actually now designated as rebuilt following council criteria. So that's a positive development there. One last stock I'd like to mention that isn't reported in these tables is interior Fraser River, which includes Thompson River coho. My early expectation is that meeting interior Fraser conservation criteria this year will be the primary constraint to ocean coho fisheries. And I've got one last STT item I'd like to cover, and then I'll gladly pass the microphone to whoever will take it from me. Late in the 2022 council process, there was a modeling concern discovered where projected effort in some South of Falcon fisheries, namely the Central Oregon troll fishery, was higher than recent trends would have suggested. The overprojection resulted in fewer Columbia River natural tule impacts and Chinook quota available to other fisheries. The salmon technical team has been analyzing the data range used to calculate effort in South of Falcon, and that would be going into the Klamath Ocean Harvest Model. It's also known as the KOHM, and more representative data ranges will be used this preseason. The data range changes should fix the issue that was encountered last year. North of Falcon fisheries should see a benefit from that change. And so that's all I have prepared for today. I appreciate your time and happy to take any questions. Or one question.
Thanks, Kyle. Similar to when Mark wrapped up the Columbia, I'll take the first hand I see in the room and the first I see online if people have questions. And I'm not seeing any either place, so it looks like you get off easy, Kyle. So I think Mr. McBride is up next. And I see him in the back of the room headed this way, so you can just take my seat, Tom, unless they rigged you up with a wireless.
Everybody in the room hear me with this? All right, who's running the slides? That could be you, Mark? Okay. I'm probably gonna stand in front of the director because I don't want him to correct me. And if I can't see him, he can't say anything to me. At least that's what I'm thinking. I'm Tom McBride. I'm the Ledge Director for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I thought kind of hard about what you all would be interested in. So if these slides work, it's because I picked it correctly. If they don't, you can blame me for them. So Mark, next slide. I'm going to talk about a couple select pieces of legislation, then several items in the budget, both in the, what we call our maintenance level budget, the ongoing stuff, and then also in the new asks that we're trying to accomplish. So this is all legislation that we're supporting this session. 1758, it allows us to do routine hatchery maintenance without going through the Shoreline Management Act permitting. And the problem there isn't that our maintenance doesn't qualify to get done. It's that the permitting takes too long and we end up missing that window when it's safe to go do the work. Because a lot of times what we're dealing with is water intake or water outtake, and You want to do that when fish aren't present. What throws us off at the local level is when you're clearing sediment out of a water intake, a lot of local rules define that as dredging. And so they won't allow it to be done with a letter authorization. So this is going to fix it for us. The thing the legislature did is they added tribal hatcheries and PUD hatcheries to also have this same kind of speeded up process. So you're not changing the standards, just making the whole thing work a little bit faster. The next bill, 5306, voluntary disease checkpoints. Our emphasis this year is chronic wasting disease, which is, deer and elk. It's in Montana, now it's been in Idaho. You might have heard Idaho county's doing a cull. They've taken out about 157 whitetails. They're looking to take out 400 deers. This disease is a protein in the body of the deer or the elk that gets in the soil, and it can be there for years. So you just don't want it to get established in your state. So why are you guys interested in this? Because it's actually not just for chronic wasting disease. We could use this for other types of diseases that come in. And it's not a mandatory stop. Nobody's going to get cited or written up for it, but it allows us to sign from the freeway or the highway, hey, we're checking into this issue. If you've got this circumstance, would you pull over? So I think we get pretty good compliance with hunters and anglers if they understand what we're trying to do. So 1226, the last three kind of, I guess, fisheries that don't require a license, freshwater smelt, Ulicon. The next one should be carp, and then crawfish. The freshwater smelt's probably the most important one, the Ulicon one. So last year we did a 5-hour dip on March 5th on the Cowlitz River. A little over 16,000 people showed up. And on average, everybody was over the 10-pound limit. So it's a little bit out of control. We looked into it, and two things kind of stuck out to us. One, the biggest county for contributing people to that fishery was coming out of King County, and the second largest was coming out of Multnomah County, Oregon. And so just a lot of travel, a lot of people showing up, and some people were clearly breaking the rules, filling their pickup truck, but other people just didn't quite understand what's 10 pounds. Of the citations for the most egregious violators, what we found was more than 70% of them didn't have a license. Any type of fishing license will cover you on this. So what we realized is there's probably a lack of education for some component. That's not a perfect solution. You can get out of that with a temporary license, so $10 by statute, $11.35 out the door at Longview Bob's or at Fred Meyer's. So I think that bill's hung up in the House just on a kind of, we don't want more regulation opposition. Freshwater smelt is listed under the Endangered Species Act as threatened. There's no take restrictions on it, but we worry a little bit about, at some point, does somebody ask a tough question, well, what do you guys actually do to control this? And we don't want the only measure of control to be an on-off switch, no fishery. So 1720, you might have heard about this. The governor proposed $100 million to go into riparian easements, riparian protection, riparian restoration. That bill was 1215. Legislature decided to go a different direction, drop the number down to $50 million. That bill was 1720. You're not going to see a bill come through the legislature. I think what you'll see is two budget provisos. One will go to the State Conservation Commission for half of that number, 25 million. And that's going to focus on agricultural lands and trying to get ag to do a better job on riparian areas next to salmon bearing streams. And then the other 25 million probably goes to the salmon recovery surfboard. And they already run a lot like that. So I think that's a budget issue. 1735, net ecological gain, if you're not familiar with that. Most of you understand we have a Growth Management Act. When it comes to critical areas, riparian, we have a standard called no net loss. It just doesn't really hold up. We've been losing ground for a long time. This is about trying to change that, but that's complicated and it can be expensive. I think the compromise here is eventually do it on public projects. Don't make individuals, make up the ground. This will probably be another thing that'll turn into a budget proviso, and it'll probably just work on defining what exactly does that mean, net ecological gain? What are we talking about? And the last one is a bill I hope doesn't go, or at least gets amended. It goes into, there's a statute that allows small forest landowners to get a riparian easement to get a payment. It's never really been funded right, and that's always been a problem. This would increase the funding, and that's a good thing, but it's got kind of what I call a poison pill, where if the funding isn't 100%, and question, what does that mean? Who decides that? then every forest landowner gets an exemption that they can go do harvest logging on their riparian areas. So it kind of creates a window that seems a little bit risky for riparian areas. So I'm hoping we can work something out on that. Mark, next slide. So like I said, I'm going to talk a little bit on the budget about both maintenance level and policy level. Next slide. So this is the stuff, I just call it ongoing work. This is things the legislature funded over the last couple of years, but it's not funded going forward. And we've gone back to the legislature and said, we think you want us to do this and keep doing it. The ones I want to point out to you is, and Nate will talk more detail about pinnipeds, but that Columbia River pinniped predation line ongoing 1.506, so that's 1,506,000. That's that removal of sea lions on the Columbia River up above mile 112. And we need to keep doing that to have that have an impact. Right below it, the Salish Sea Marine Mammal Surveys. That's looking at diet, choke points, things really in the Puget Sound about what's the issues we have there and the impacts we have there. You're not really going to get an exception under the Marine Mammal Protection Act unless you bring a lot of science and a lot of theory to it. The increased fish populations, if I could tell this group one thing I'm worried about, that was $500,000 a year that went to maintenance at our hatcheries. We've got a lot of really old hatcheries. That did not get funded. And that's the type of deal where that's not about new production or doing something. That's just about keeping the current operation afloat. And I've made that kind of a priority to say, hey, we really actually need that to continue. This is things like alarms when the pumps fail. It's about exposed wiring where the hatchery workers have a safety condition. It's kind of important to us. And on this page, that's the one I'd tell you, maybe I'm hoping you'll care about a little bit too, if you have any ability to influence it. Salmon and steelhead monitoring. For some of you who are familiar with the Quicksilver plan, this is the continuation of Quicksilver. It's mostly Puget Sound steelhead monitoring, checking out the spawning beds. And then I'll go down, probably the last one I'll mention to you. So I kind of like that prioritization of fish barriers, $584,000. We have about 100 fish diversions, about 100 fish screens that we maintain to keep fish out of irrigation ditches and move them along. And so, and we just got to do a good job on keeping those things working correctly. So Mark, next slide. And I'm going fast, I apologize, but I think you guys have a tight schedule here. I'll be any questions at the end about this stuff or anything else you want to ask me about. So this is what I call the new stuff, priority requests. This is where we want to do something different. You'll see that top line, biodiversity. It's not really specific to this group, but it's a big issue. This is about the whole picture, all the species, the whole bit. Didn't get funded by the governor, but I think the legislature is a lot more receptive to doing something here. This is kind of tied into those of you who pay attention to Congress, that Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Kind of start doing a better job across the board. So you're not picking one species to try to pick it up. You try to pick the whole thing up at the same time. So I think you'll see a pretty good number come out of the legislature on that. Let's see. Columbia River ESA permitting. So if on the last slide, I told you I was worried about us not getting our maintenance for our current hatcheries. On this slide, this one worries me the most. We haven't got that in the governor's budget. We're asking for it now. So basically $1.4 million. So this is after all those ESA listings on salmon and steelhead in the late 90s, early 2000s, the permitting to allow us to fish, all those permits get issued. Since then, two things have happened that are pretty important. First, in 2005, coho got listed. And then the second thing is all that increased hatchery production for southern resident killer whale prey, that additional 30 million. So that changes that whole dynamic a lot. And then you've got NOAA getting a little bit nervous about these wild fish conservancy lawsuits about, is this hatchery production hurting wild fish? So I think there's a lot of pressure on us now to update those permits. And this is from the mouth all the way to the upper Columbia and the Snake. So I kind of think we need to get in front of this. It's about $467,000 each year for 4 years, and we can update all the permits. And the permits are the basis of the fisheries. So hatchery maintenance, update our permits, kind of seems to me like it's that basic government stuff that it's not real sexy, but we don't want to drop the ball and not get that stuff done. Moving down that list a little further. Emerging fisheries implementation, you'll notice it's not funded. This is kind of tied into, alternative gear on the Columbia River. this whole thing's all wrapped up with that license buyback proviso with the bill to ban drift gill nets on the Columbia River this year. And so I think that whole thing's all kind of a little side consideration where those things are going to get figured out together, not necessarily. So I don't know what that means, whether that's going to get funded or not. So let's see. That's it for that one, Mark. So now questions about anything I talked about or anything else? Yes, sir. Yep, Frank.
You mentioned today about the Lake Washington sockeye, we'd all like to get that back again, it means so much. And one of the key things that's before the legislature now, and you in part, we want to thank you for that, along with the multitude try, is a proviso for a $1.4 million to do with the juvenile sockeye predation reduction. And that's really critical. If we can't get that piece, we may not be able to move forward and actually restore the business. I've had conversations with your agency, also with the city of Seattle, and they're now on board. Kelly finally got on board to help support us on that. Where are we at on that? What's your outlook?
Yeah, so Lake Washington, this is the warm water invasives. Wow. I think we're going to be in the House budget. I expect us to be in the House budget, probably with Representative Stokesbury pushing that pretty aggressively. I think we got a pretty good shot to get it all the way through the legislature. The one thing I'd ask this group is when we get something like this through the legislature, it's interesting. Everybody supports it. Yep, these are our native salmon steelhead. These are invasive bass, whatever. But later, all of our supporters go home, the legislatures go home, and then we get a big pushback from the warm water anglers. We're like, wait a second, you're ruining our fisheries and stuff. So this is one where I think you're right. We need to do it. I think we got a pretty good chance to do it. I also think the commission, and whether it's the Lake Washington group or the Muxel group are going to need support because there will be some pushback coming from people that would like to see some big warm water fisheries on Lake Washington. And I think we need to push that back, Frank. So I'm worried more about what's going to follow than that shot.
Just a public announcement for those that are interested in trying to fish that lake again. I'm too old, maybe I won't make it, but on May 23rd, we're having a major public meeting on this. We're expecting policy level people, maybe people from the Seattle Mayor's office there to have a straight discussion on where we're at with the outlook. And do we have a way of, in a reasonable time, 10, 15 years, of restoring a fishery? So it's May 23rd, that's set now, and the Theater of Council, that I'm part of, is sponsoring that. So Kelly is going to be invited here.
Great. Thanks. I'm looking for hands. I don't know if there's hands on board, but
I don't see any. Tom, are you going to be around for a little bit if people have questions after we break?
absolutely. I have one hand back there.
I just want to bring up the question that
Oh, yeah. So did we not cover that slide? You need him on the mic.
Yeah.
He wants you to come up here to the mic. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Van Hine. My question was regarding the hatchery maintenance and funding for that. So 2019, we had 6.2 million fish killed in the Minter Creek power loss. So what would be any obstacle that we're running into on getting hatchery maintenance funding pushed through? Thank you.
Yeah. No, I like your question because I'm like you. What the heck? How did we not get this funded for our hatchery maintenance? We have real problems that have happened for us. We got a capital budget request specific to Minter for 1.4 million that did get funded. It's a little bit one of those things where I'm a little frustrated because they're chasing last year's problem. Well, you gave you money for Minter where you had a problem. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not preventing the next Minter from happening. So that's the issue, I think, is it's easier for the legislature to deal with the example that came up than, fix all our hatcheries across the board. So.
Thank you, Tom.
Great.
And thanks everybody for bearing with us. I know we're running over our planned morning session, but we're going to try to power through here. We had a lot of requests as we were thinking about what to talk about at this meeting about an update, had requests for updates on what's going on with pinnipeds. So we invited Nate Pamplin and Dr. Casey Clark to come speak this morning. I'm not sure how they're going to tag team the presentation, but I will hand it over to them.
Great, just a sound check real quick. Is that working okay? Great. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Nate Pamplin. I'm the Director of External Affairs with the department. I cover a variety of issues within the director's office, but one of those is I serve as our marine mammal policy lead. So that's the cap that I'm wearing today and why I'm in front of you. Unfortunately, Dr. Casey Clark fell ill today, so he's not here, but I will cover his slides and butcher them as best as I can. We're going to talk about mainly harbor seals in Puget Sound and the outer coast, talk about some of the latest, greatest numbers on their abundance, talk about the current work that Casey's leading with a variety of partners throughout Puget Sound. And then I want to speak to a more recent report that just came out this fall from the Washington Academy of Sciences, looking at pinniped predation on salmon, and talk through the origin of that report and those findings. And then I'll close out with some next steps. Thanks. So looking at harbor seals in Washington, NMFS, National Marine Fisheries Service, divides harbor seals up into 4 stocks within Washington. The Washington outer coast stock, so that's a shared stock, and then there's 3 that are just here in Washington State with northern inland waters, Hood Canal, and South Puget Sound. Go ahead. Oh, just click through. There's going to be a couple. Great, thanks. So turning to the coastal stock, it's hovering around 25,000 individuals, and this is just the Washington portion of that 2-state stock. And that population has generally been stable since the mid-2000s. Turning to the northern inland stock, so this is Strait of Juan de Fuca, San Juan Archipelago, and then all the way down towards some of those bays down towards Edmonds. It's a transboundary stock, but we're just looking at the Washington side of the border. This is also a stable population hovering around 15,000 individuals. Go ahead. And then turning down to South Puget Sound, this stock, smaller stock, 2,200 individuals, and it's been stable since 2010. And then our last stock is Hood Canal. When we were doing the surveys over the years, we probably kind of missed when that population actually plateaued, and we're seeing it kind of bounce around its carrying capacity, but it's about 3,000 individuals. And unfortunately, when we look at whether or not the stocks are at what's called optimum sustainable population size. That's a legal term within the Marine Mammal Protection Act, meaning it's a very stable population. We're not there yet with Hood Canal stock, but for the other 3 stocks, we're confident that they're at what's called OSP. Next slide. So I talk about the OSP component because that's really important. When we look at different management options under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, those stocks or those species need to be determined to be at OSP. So it's really important for us to work with NMFS, get them this information, do these analyses, write them up so that they can include them in their stock assessment reports and indicate, yes, these populations are at OSP. Next slide. So I'm now going to transition from talking about abundance to a variety of different research projects that Dr. Clark is leading. One is that he's got a really massive project. It's a multi-year project with a number of partners to look at diet samples from scats that were collected throughout southern Puget Sound. What they're doing is looking at both the hard parts as well as the DNA of those scats to look at what are harbor seals preying upon. Harbor seals are a generalist predator. They eat forage fish and cod and perch and salmon. And the salmon proportion is actually a pretty small part of their diet. As I just showed you on those numbers where northern inland stock and the outer coast stock and South Puget Sound, there are a lot of harbor seals eating a small proportion of their diet is salmon. And so that's where you start looking at the bioenergetics and you look at those impacts on salmon population as a whole, and it's pretty significant. Next slide. Because we all know, everyone here in the room understands the importance of the Stiligwamish Chinook stock to Puget Sound fisheries and how it constrains a lot of opportunities. So we wanted to really put a spotlight and investigate in more detail of what's going on with harbor seal predation on Stiligwamish Chinook. So we're partnering with the tribe. We're doing abundance surveys, both aerial and shore and boat-based surveys. We've done some captures and put on GPS tags, and we're continuing to collect scat samples. And we're looking at actually even the scar rates on adults that are returning back to the hatchery. What we're finding is, at least on returning adults, it's not that much of predation is not that big of a factor. It's not going to be the limiting factor. And that scat analysis will tell us what's going on in terms of predation on juveniles and whether or not that's impacting recovery or not. Next slide. Another project that we're doing is we're partnering with a nonprofit called Oceans Initiative to look at some fairly new technology that's called targeted acoustic startle technology. And what this is an acoustic deterrence, but rather than just kind of playing like a loud, obnoxious noise, it does a pulse of a noise that's tuned to that reptilian part of your brain that kind of makes you jump when you watch a scary movie. So it's trying to invoke that startle response, and hopefully it will disrupt the foraging behavior and have those animals back away. So we've done the test with them. We've used our Marine Mammal Protection Act authority to partner with Oceans Initiative. They did some work at Whatcom Creek Hatchery, and then just this past fall down at the Deschutes River. We're continuing to look at testing at the Deschutes River here in Olympia this later this summer. There's a couple cool projects going on right now on Hood Canal. One is a project that nonprofit Long Live the Kings has been championing, got a proviso through the legislature and working with the Port Gamble Slalom Tribe and a variety of other partners to look at some structural modifications at the Hood Canal Bridge to try to address those eddies that entrap and retain smolts as they're trying to make their way out of Hood Canal. And so if we can disrupt that and allow for fish passage, maybe we can prevent having the Hood Canal Bridge be that buffet for harbor seals. Another project that we're doing is working with RCO on an EPA grant, as well as with Long Live the Kings with some of their proviso funding. We've combined forces, and we've got a request for proposals out right now to see if we can try to generate some interest from partners to look at what other types of non-lethal pinniped deterrence projects that we could do this spring at Hood Canal Bridge. Thanks. Okay, so those were Casey's slide. I hope I didn't butcher them too badly. Now I'm going to talk about the Washington State Academy of Sciences report. Begin with the origin of this report was actually, it came from the Governor Inslee's Southern Resident Killer Whale Task Force. And that was established to try to deal with the critically imperiled state of Southern resident orcas. And the report was charged with finding recommendations to address the three main threats: prey availability, contaminants, and vessel disturbance. And in 2018, that task force adopted 36 recommendations. A year later, they added on 13 additional recommendations. So there are two items that were directly related to pinnipeds. One dealing with Puget Sound and the outer coast, and then recommendation number 13 on the Columbia River. Let me just walk through them just real briefly. Well, I'll go into detail on number 12, but number 13 was, we know what the issues are. We have California and stellar sea lions feeding on salmon right at Bonneville Dam. We had we had an application in, we had a permit to do removals, but we had worked for several years to try to amend the Marine Mammal Protection Act to streamline that process. This was really nice timing because in 2018, it said, no, go ahead and try to fix that authority. Make it easier to remove sea lions. We know why they're up there. It's 149 miles above the river mouth. So we understand what's going on. Let's go ahead and do the removal rather than this catch the animal, brand it, release it, observe it, subject it to hazing, make sure it observed it when it ate a salmon, and then petition NIMS to have it added onto a list. And then if all that happened, then you got to catch it again and you could remove it. So what the 2018 recommendation said, and what we actually ended up getting that fall through Congress, is they said, hey, if a sea lion's above the I-205 bridge, we know what they're doing. That area, that geographic area means they're individually identifiable. Those animals, when they're that far upstream, go ahead and when you catch them, you can remove them. So recommendation 12, we're not at that level of the scientific understanding and have that level of bottleneck. So here it was, go ahead, next slide, Barnt. Here they said for Puget Sound, hey, try to remove and address artificial haulouts, convene an independent science panel of the Academy of Sciences to do a compilation, a complete analysis of pinniped predation on Chinook. Let's work with NOAA to make sure that those harbor seal stocks are at OSP. Again, a critical administrative step prior to any type of management application. They said if pinniped removal is identified, well, then go secure the authorization through the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and then provide the funding for the science and research, and if necessary, the removal. So that was all in Governor Inslee's report in 2018. We viewed that as a pretty long to-do list, and we've been working through those items. Next slide. So the Academy of Sciences, we secured funding in this current biennium. In the 2021 legislative session, the legislature appropriated $140,000 for us to contract with the Academy. We worked really hard with the Western Washington Treaty Tribes to identify what are those management questions that we have that we want to ask the panel to analyze. So what is the impact of pinniped predation on salmon? How effective is non-lethal measures? What have we seen with lethal measures? What would we look at in terms of broader ecological impacts? For instance, if you had more forage fish, would that provide us swamping and then reduce the overall mortality on salmonids? What if by removing harbor seals, you actually release another predator that's actually consumed by harbor seals? And if you remove harbor seals and that population explodes, and then actually have more impact on salmon. So then we just took a big step backwards. Is that going to be a problem? What about transient killer whales? If we start removing harbor seals, what's going to happen to them? So we asked a variety of questions to the panel, and the panel's been working for the past, it was a year and a half or so, and they just submitted us the report, which we forwarded to the legislature last November. So the report contains the following. It really looks at this compilation of information about pinniped abundance and distribution. They looked at those trophic relationships I just described. They looked at diet and rate and behaviors and tried to get at, is pinniped predation on salmonids compensatory or additive? Meaning, if pinnipeds weren't doing this predation, there's a whole gauntlet of other predators that are out in the ocean. So would that mortality just be replaced by another predator? Or is pinniped populations having an additive effect such that if you actually remove them, you would see an increase in survival? And then they had a variety of work associated with the adaptive management and science of those recommendations. Let's go to their findings. The first one is that when they looked at the body of work that they compiled and the data that we've shared with them, they said, hey, the preponderance of evidence suggests a hypothesis that the current populations of pinnipeds are likely impeding the recovery of salmon in Washington. I don't think that's a big news flash to anybody in this room. They did say, as such, the strategic lethal removal of pinnipeds is an approach that may be required. So again, this is stuff that we've been saying for a number of years as the Department of Fish and Wildlife that says, hey, we need to explore this, but it's looking like it's a problem. You all have been telling us that, but it's nice to have an independent scientific body come to that very conclusion. They go on to say that, hey, the status quo, i.e., if you don't intervene, we'll likely see a further depression of salmon populations. And they also noted that, hey, when you do removals, they would be ineffective if you have a very high density of pinnipeds and such that any removals you do, they're just replaced by others. So in this, when we think about the kind of removals here, just for context, we're not looking at a cull. This is not something where it's like it's a depopulation of pinnipeds. Far from it. The Marine Mammal Protection Act doesn't allow it. It's not something the agency would be recommending. It is something, though, that we're looking at. Is there salmon stocks in estuaries of concern such that surgical and targeted removals would allow for and assist with salmon recovery, much like what we're doing in Bonneville Dam. There's 275,000 California sea lions. We're removing 30 to 60 a year, but it's at that pinch point where they're a problem and they have major impacts that could impede recovery of salmon in the Columbia River. The work at Willamette Falls, a handful of sea lions being removed, help protect the winter steelhead population going up into the Willamette. So it's not a population reduction, it's dealing with those problem animals. Next slide. The report noted that, hey, there are complex trophic relationships. I kind of went through a kind of hand waving exercise to describe those, but they said, despite that level of uncertainty, those potential unintended effects should not be a barrier to conducting the strategic removals. So we know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be wondering, well, what about this? And what about this? And they're saying the problem's pretty severe, that we should probably go ahead and set up this adaptive management and a scientific framework to conduct the analysis so we can assess, is removals working and are the removals having other impacts? But the status quo is not going to work. They said, hey, the management experiment of this scale and this complexity is going to take a substantial amount of resources. It's also going to be accompanied with the political will to actually do this work. Spent a lot of time talking with the Academy of Sciences, and I was really pleased that when they went through this, and they noted that the Marine Mammal Protection Act is very complex, and there's really limited administrative options that are available to state fish and wildlife managers and the tribe to actually intervene and do what they just proposed. The MMPA is a barrier in terms of what we need to pursue here. And then lastly, they offer a lot of guidance on the adaptive management and the research programs if we were to secure a permit. Next slide. So let's turn now and talk about those management options. I just want to get folks comfortable in thinking about this, because oftentimes when I talk about this issue, people think it's imminent. It's not. Or they think, well, it's something just, hey, just download the pinniped removal form on the NOAA website, submit it in 60 days, you get a permit. Not exactly. The Act's been around for now just over 50 years. One possibility is that we apply for a waiver of the take moratorium and ask for a permit to do directed take. In the history of the Act, that's been used less than 10 times across a variety of issues across the nation. Back in 2005, the Makah tribe submitted a waiver of the take moratorium to NMFS for very limited removal of eastern North Pacific gray whales. NMFS has done 2 environmental impact statements. They've had an administrative law judge, and they still don't have a federal permit. So that's 18 years. So when I talk about like, hey, this is not going to be coming in August, I really mean it. It's not. This is going to be a pretty massive process. And that's where, when we talk about the political will to do this, there could be an awful lot of work that you have a change in administration or a change of the political winds, and then it stopped. So I'm kind of looking for, hey, folks, this is something that we want to do. There needs to be a pretty strong momentum and a lot of allies to do it. And it's not going to be something that as severe as what some people might think when they envision predator management. It'd be a very surgical removal in areas that are problems. Another option in front of us is that, well, we could ask NMFS to return management authority of the marine mammal populations that are at OSP back to the state. So again, that's why that OSP calculation was so critical, and to get NMFS to adopt that, because we can't really do anything until they come to that conclusion. This has never been done before. So don't have a playbook here. It's technically an option that's on the books. I know a lot of people point to it and just say, well, why don't we just go do that? And again, this hasn't been done before. It's an option that's on the table. Another one is to look at section 120, but that is just for the intentional lethal removal of individually identifiable pinniped. When I described to you the removals that we were doing in 2006 up to 2020, on the Columbia River, that's where all that branding and release and observing and harassing and then petitioning to get it re-added to a list. That's the type of work that would likely need to occur if there was a permit request in the Puget Sound. But you don't have a tall concrete structure to look down and see, oh, it's that individual. It wasn't this one, it was this one that was conducting that removal. So there's a lot of challenges there. People have talked about, well, maybe this is a spot where, you know, Congress looks at another tweak. Congress touched it in 2018, this lightning strike again. Next slide. So what are our next steps? Well, right now it's really starting to start the conversation based on the findings that were in that Academy of Sciences report. As Tom just reviewed, we have 2 operating budget requests to the legislature. We're asking for ongoing funding of appropriations they've made for the current biennium. This is that political will, that continuity that we need on these types of projects. We need to sustain this type of work and not have it be where every 2 years we're asking for those same resources to do the same programs that we know are critical. For Puget Sound and Coast, it's talking with the governor's office. Hey, this was in the task force. He asked us to go to convene the Academy of Sciences. They said if they come up with a recommendation to look at that removal might be necessary, well, now's the conversation to start having about what are those authorities and how do we secure that authority to do this work. Certainly our Fish and Wildlife Commission's a key player here. They had a policy statement they adopted in 2018, directing the department to be very assertive on these issues. Go seek that amendment to the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Go secure the funding needed to do the research projects. And then NIMS, the treaty tribes, the state and federal legislature. As Tom noted, all this work needs to be backed by sound science. So we got to continue those abundant surveys, continue that diet analysis, and then we need to continue to evaluate the effectiveness of non-lethal deterrence. So I think that's all I have prepared. So I don't know if there's time, Kyle, if there's for questions, but I'll also be around.
Thanks, Nate, and thanks to you and Casey for putting this together. Sorry he's under the weather, but I appreciate you taking the time. It is a pretty unique opportunity and group of people here that might have questions. So I think we should see if there are questions online or in the room for Nate while you're here. Shannon.
So I'm curious as to why the sea lions weren't included in your study here in Puget Sound.
Great question. And they are included in the study. We high graded to share information just for the purpose of this talk. When we look at predation impacts of whether it's harbor seals, California sea lions, or stellar sea lions in Puget Sound and the outer coast, the biggest impact on salmon populations really is by harbor seals. So that's what I focus on. But we are engaged with partners on looking at sea lion predation in other areas. We have some diet studies going on with California sea lions in South Sound, et cetera.
Yeah, it seems to me that both seals, but mainly sea lions, they follow the run into the terminus, and that's where we have our biggest problem. Specifically, I'm relating this to our hatchery in Whatcom Creek in Bellingham, Washington. It's a terrible killing zone. This year I went down to see how the run was coming in, and the chum that we're milling in the estuary, just waiting for enough water to take the ladder, were getting picked off. Every time I saw a seal pop its head up, it had a chum in its mouth. This went on for days. And when they were done, the sea lions came in and took over.
Yeah.
So it's a big problem in Bellingham Bay, specifically in the terminus areas where these fish are going. And I think you'll hear the same thing over on the Nooksack side from the tribes that are trying the Nooksack or the Lummies, Lummie tribe that specifically is trying to produce a population of early summer Chinook that they can work on, you know, with all the other restraints. So, you know, the Canadians at one time, and I'm dating myself here a little bit, but they had a cull. They would cull the seals in the Gulf Islands. And before that, we had a $5 bounty on seal noses, which kept the seals in check. So we did it ourselves years ago.
Yeah.
And now it's extremely.
So two aspects of your comments that I'd like to respond to. The first is what you described at Watkin Creek is
Yeah.
exactly that kind of, that potential hot spot, if you will,
Yeah.
where there's a bottleneck and there's an opportunity to do some surgical removals. Relative to the other components, yes, historically, pinnipeds were persecuted. I don't want the folks in this room or the folks that are online in this presentation that lives online beyond that. That is not what we're proposing.
Right.
We are not proposing a cull or a bounty or any of that matter. This would be something that would be done very focused, very specific, highly monitored, part of a research program.
I think what we found out too with that sonar program in Whatcom Creek, the avoidance thing there was that a lot of those seals were deaf. So that didn't work out too well.
Yeah, and it wasn't so much at Watkin Creek as I recall, but more at Ballard because we've had the broader kind of fish and wildlife management community, including the tribes. We're using seal bombs to deter sea lions and seals from entering that ladder. And so, I mean, think about kind of if you've been exposed or you went to like a rock concert, it's hard to hear the next day. Well, if you were going to a rock concert every day, you might have loss of hearing. And thus, maybe that impacted how effective the device was in that setting. But when when Oceans Initiative used that technology with naive seals, i.e. seals that have not been exposed to seal bomb, we are seeing a little bit more of a reduction of predation. And here it's reduction of predation rates on adults when it's visible at the surface and the distance it's pushing animals out. This isn't something like it's pushing animals out of estuaries or things like that. It's backing seals out, 40, 50 meters.
Yeah. So my last comment is that the sea lion population in Port Gardner, we're talking Everett. We used to not see that many sea lions there many, many years ago. And it got to a point, the last time we were allowed to commercially fish in Port Gardner, that you couldn't fish for the sea lions, So anyway, it is a problem. And at some point in time, somebody's gonna have to wake up and do something about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Leah, it looks like we have a couple hands up online. Let's take those two and then wrap it up.
Okay, our first hand is Kyle. Kyle, go ahead.
Thanks. Just a question on that diet composition graph you showed a few slides back. And the salmon, section of that was pretty small, but obviously the populations are, in aggregate have a large impact as you stated. But I'm just kind of curious what we know about that salmon composition in terms of, is it 10% eating 90% of the salmon? Is it because they primarily eat salmon around the return timing? Is it because some have a taste for salmon, follow them up the river, and others don't? Most of salmon consumed in those estuary environments where we're following the rivers versus out in the open water. I'm just kind of curious if we know more about that other than like the averages that are kind of included in that graph.
Well, that's a great question. And I really wish Dr. Clark was here, but let me attempt to answer that. There's two aspects to me of the diet information. The first is pinniped, harbor seal diet in particular is a very small portion of their diet is on salmon. A lot of harbor seals though, so that impacts add up. And so when we look at, for instance, about between wild and hatchery, 45 million smolts coming out into Puget Sound, when we look at the size of the salmon prey, and this is out migrating smolts, and then even up to fish that are smolts that are 8 inches long. The size of that prey really impacts that calculation in terms of the population level impact. When you're doing the bioenergetics and you look at the caloric needs of harbor seals, you can imagine like, okay, here's the percent of their diet that's coming from salmon. Well, if it's very small fish, then there's a lot more salmon that they're consuming to get to that caloric estimate. If they're eating bigger fish, it's fewer salmon that are contributing. The second part of your question was about whether or not there's individuals that maybe are specialists. And that's something that we're looking at. And I think some of the work that Dr. Clark's doing at Stilligwamish and in other areas is trying to get at that. Are there individuals that specialize in preying on salmon versus other animals? And that would be important to know, especially when you think about in the MMPA section 120, where we're only allowed to remove individually identifiable pinnipeds. It's to get at that point of saying, hey, there's a lot of other pinnipeds that are just going about and doing their business. Can we focus and remove on those that specialize in salmon? So I hope that helps.
So Lee, I saw Zach was the last hand up before I said we were going to cut it off. So if we could go to him.
Yep. Zach, go ahead.
I really appreciated the presentation. And I'm wondering if you can describe sort of the difference between OSP and like a historical carrying capacity as a basis for management. Because, I know when you look at like, I've read some of these, studies, and there's often discussion about this historical carrying capacity and to what extent sort of pre-Columbian hunting, sort of pre-white man arriving and, messing things up in the PNW, at least when it comes to seals. Like to what extent that level of removal of pinnipeds by the Native Americans is considered in looking at these historical ecosystem dynamics.
Okay, I'm going to answer the OSP question first, and Mark, can you go back like 8 slides here and let's just look at a pinniped harbor seal graph like the outer coast. That's perfect, thanks. So your first question was about comparing OSP to carrying capacity.
Yeah.
Carrying capacity is essentially the where this growth curve flattens off because the harbor seals are basically fulfilled their space, fulfilled the available forage opportunities, et cetera. They're now kind of in balance, if you will, with their carrying capacity. OSP is a legal term in the Marine Mammal Protection Act that describes the range between the maximum net productivity level and the carrying capacity. So I don't think folks online will maybe see me, but basically we're looking at the area where there's the inflection point of the growth curve up to this asymptote. And so that's the range that the Marine Mammal Protection Act is charging managers we have to maintain the marine mammal populations in that range. So the second question was, or second part of your question was, well, what about historical use and things like that? There have been some papers that have looked at kind of pre-contact pinniped abundance levels and looked at what was the data from different removal programs and try to do that reconstruction. So there are some published papers on that. And I believe there is a graduate student working with the Makah tribe and the University of Washington right now, looking at kind of broader population impacts associated with tribal removals. So
okay, yeah, because if we look at carrying capacity as that sort of as that asymptote where that graph levels off, that's not just a prey dynamic in terms of the available food supply, but that also does include, at least my understanding of carrying capacity, predator dynamics as well, in the context of humans as a natural predator for seals and whatnot. And so I just wonder if when we're making these graphs, looking at it here, if it sort of presupposes a lack of human induced mortality in a way that's perhaps not, it's a question of, well, what is natural, obviously.
Yeah, well, and remember I didn't say this, but within the Marine Mammal Protection Act, all human caused mortality, it has a ceiling under what's called the potential biological removal, which is a ratio in an equation in the statute, actually, where it takes the minimum population size has a penalty of a reduction of half times by the growth rate, and then times by another penalty associated whether or not that we know the status of the stock or it's ESA listed. So what that does is it calculates, here is the maximum level of human caused mortality that would still allow for a stock to be at OSP, or if it's below OSP, for a stock to get into that range. And it's incredibly conservative. We don't use that type of management, for instance, when we're managing deer, elk, and other wildlife species. This is something that's very specific to the Marine Mammal Protection Act.
Okay, thank you. And then very last thing, pretty quick. So there's a lot sort of, when you talk about OSP, that's somewhat similar when you talk about like maximum sustainable yield, just in a sense that you want the population at a point where it's very highly productive, but not necessarily at absolute max population levels.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't characterize it that way. That
it's not really a yield,
that MSY level on other populations, not looking at, harbor seals and the MMPA would probably be more in that inflection curve.
Okay, as opposed to
rather
up
than
towards the
what the act is, the act has a zero mortality rate goal. There is a moratorium on take, and take under the Marine Mammal Protection Act is not just a lethal take. Take includes like bouncing a harbor seal off of a haul out site. That is a take. And so it's incredibly conservative law. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. That was super helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate, and thanks again for taking the time today. You'll be around if people have other questions during the break, I assume. And that wraps up our main session. Thanks for bearing with us. It ran close to an hour longer than we thought it would when we timed it out. We're gonna break into regional breakouts now. This room and the Zoom meeting will be the Puget Sound recreational breakout. There are two meeting rooms across the hall. There's one on the left, room 1, that will be the Puget Sound commercial breakout. And room 2 on the right across the hall will be the Ocean Columbia River coastal breakout. So we're going to take about 15 minutes and get back together about 12:35 and let those groups decide how to proceed through the afternoon.
I would encourage rec folks who are staying around for the meeting to move up front or closer to the front, especially if you plan on asking questions or speaking. Well, thanks again for being here, everybody. Again, my name is Mark Baltzell. I'm the statewide salmon and steelhead manager in the intergovernmental salmon unit with the department. We are gonna kick off the Puget Sound recreational breakout part of this meeting, where we're gonna run through a little bit more Puget Sound specific stocks and forecasts, run those by you. We've also done some initial modeling to look at last year's fisheries package against this year's predicted abundances. So we're going to run through that a little bit. And we'll get going. Again, if there's questions, raise your hand. Please come up to the table. We're trying to do this hybrid option, and folks on the internet meeting can't hear you if you're not speaking into the microphone. So really appreciate everybody's cooperation and attention on that one. With that, just remember for the folks online, the Zoom etiquette, raise your hand, which is *9 if you have a question. *6 will mute you and unmute you if you're on a phone. And with that, the meeting is being recorded. It will be available online later today or tomorrow for those who couldn't make it or want to tune in later. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Kirsten Simonson, who's our recreational fishery manager for salmon and Puget Sound.
Slight technical difficulties after lunch or the break. There we go. All right. Well, thanks so much, everybody, for being here. Again, my name is Kirsten Simonson. I'm the Puget Sound Recreational Salmon Manager for WDFW. With us in the front of the room today, you all know Mark Baltzell, who is the statewide Salmon and Steelhead Manager. To my right is Christina Iverson, who is the Puget Sound Salmon Manager. To my left, Dr. Derek Dapp, who's on our Prey modeling team, and Haley Rosenthal, who's the recreational support biologist, is running the computer at this moment. And I don't have him on my list, but Ty Garber is also sitting up front with us, who's on our modeling team as well. So just a quick rundown of the agenda for this afternoon. We're going to talk about some forecast comparisons, so kind of a little bit more of a deeper dive into the numbers that we presented this morning. Some key takeaways from that information. We'll go over some stocks of concern, which is something that we tend to do every year to kind of just look at what could potentially be constraining to fisheries coming up as we're getting into the planning season. And then we'll talk about some recreational considerations as we move into this year. And then, of course, we're here to listen to your thoughts and comments. So we'll have plenty of time at the end for questions. So next slide, Haley. So again, a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the forecasts that we have. So this table right here is a comparison of the Puget Sound Chinook summer and fall stocks between last year and this year. And so this is wild fish. And so you can kind of see the numbers from 2022 on the left and then numbers for 2023 forecasted there on the right, and then a comparison on the far right-hand side. So again, anything that's in green is going to be 25% or more above the comparison. So this is just compared to last year. And anything in red is going to be 25% below what was forecasted for last year. And then black is neutral. So just wanted to look at a couple things to pull your attention to. You can see that it's a little bit of a mixed bag. We've got a lot of things that are really similar to what we had last year. A couple things to point out. Snohomish is higher than it was last year by a fair bit. You'll see the Stillaguamish number, which is, this is a pretty exciting thing to see, is that we're almost double what was forecasted for last year. I do want to point out one thing here, though. Even though these numbers are much higher than we saw last year, this doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be in a different management regime for Stillaguamish than we have been. This is likely to still be constraining stock, and I will get into that more a little bit later on. So just kind of moving down the line, so you can see that there's a couple of stocks that are below what was forecasted for last year, particularly looking at Skokomish, the Elwha, and Dungeness, which are smaller stocks, but still something that we want to keep an eye on. So looking at the natural stocks for spring stocks for Chinook, pretty much dead even with what we had last year. Really, really similar numbers compared to that. You see they're all kind of labeled in that black comparison, pretty neutral compared to last year. So moving on to, oh, sorry, I advanced it, but I don't. Oh yeah, so we're back to hatchery. Okay, so this is the summer fall hatchery stocks for Chinook. And so again, you can see mostly neutral here. A couple ones that I will point out, Nooksack Samish has been a really, really strong hatchery stock for the last couple of years. And you can see that is true again towards the bottom there, labeled in green. And then Dungeness is also higher than last year. Again, a smaller stock, but definitely worth noting that it is forecasted to be significantly higher than last year. Some stocks that maybe we're keeping an eye on, Nisqually you could see is below the numbers for last year, as well as the Elwha. But again, overall, kind of really similar to what we saw last year. Next slide, Haley. So this is now the spring stocks that we're looking at for the hatchery stocks. And you could see pretty similar to last year overall, with White River Springs having a higher forecasted return for this year as compared to last year. But generally speaking, the spring stocks are looking really similar to last year. So now moving into a deeper dive into some of the coho stocks. So again, comparing 2022 to 2023 forecasts. And you could see kind of a little bit of somewhat of a mixed bag too, but mostly positive for the coho natural stocks. So you can see a lot of numbers that are quite a bit higher. I will point out a couple ones that are pretty significant. If we look down about halfway down the page, the Green River and the Puyallup River and the Nisqually River all have really, really high forecasted natural returns. We had a little bit of a conversation about these a little bit earlier, but just wanted to kind of point those out. The Dungeness, Elwha, and other straight stocks are also looking pretty good compared to last year. The one that we're keeping an eye on, obviously, is Skagit. It's below what it was last year. It's still a pretty big forecast, pretty big number, 43,000, but again, it is quite a bit lower than last year. So something we'll just be keeping an eye on moving forward. Next slide, Haley. So looking at the hatchery comparison, again, mostly positive. You can see a lot of green on this one as well. The Nisqually has significantly lower anticipated returns than last year, but other than that, the rest of the ones that we're looking at have either higher returns or kind of neutral compared to last year. And next slide. So because this is a pink year, obviously we want to take a deeper dive into the pink forecast as well. For those who were listening earlier, Matt gave a pretty good rundown of what we expect for pink forecasts for this year. So just kind of to highlight a couple of things, you could see where we were for the pink forecast in 2019, 2021, and now 2023. So we have seen improved pink forecast for the last couple of years. And you can kind of see what the total numbers for Puget Sound are anticipated to be somewhere just shy of 4 million fish. I also wanted to point out again that the Fraser forecast is about 6.1 million right now, and that is significantly lower than the recent trends. So that is something that to keep an eye on, particularly for ocean and North Sound fisheries. Next slide, Haley. So just a couple of key takeaways for kind of looking at these stocks in a little bit more closely. Overall, both natural and hatchery forecasts are up slightly for 2021 or for 2020. Sorry. They're up slightly from last year. Spring stocks are slightly down, but not really significantly. The total returns are similar to last year. So a couple things to point out for Skagit, there were weak forecasts in recent years, particularly for springs in 2020 and 2021, and for summer falls in both 21 and 22. But in 2022, there was stronger than predicted returns. The Samish continues to have good hatchery returns, so that was kind of evident in the last couple slides that we put up. For the Snohomish, the natural forecasts are up relative to last year. For the Stillaguamish, again, remains in a poor population status, and that is even considering that the returns were double last year. So a really good sign that we had a lot better returns this year as compared to last year. But again, keeping in mind that this is still a population that is really kind of struggling and that we need to keep a close eye on. So even with those improvements, it'll likely continue to be a constrainer for a lot of the fisheries. And for Hood Canal, these are down slightly from the 2022 forecast. So for coho, overall, both hatchery and wild are up compared to their 10-year average. And again, as I kind of highlighted earlier in the day, that 10-year average does include that poor coho year of 2015. So we're kind of still in the rebounding process for that, which is, we've kind of seen steady increases over the last several years. So for the Snohomish, again, there's good escapement numbers for 2022. We are officially out of rebuilding. Woohoo! So that's good news. So just keeping that in mind going forward. For the Strait of Juan de Fuca, most stocks are still in a depleted status, and there could be a primary constrainer, although we have seen some improvements again this year in the forecast as compared to previous years. For South Sound, it's a little bit of a mixed bag of above and below average expected returns. So, again, depending on the system, things to keep an eye on. For the Hood Canal, both hatchery and natural stocks are up, and coastal coho, both hatchery and wild stocks are up as well from last year. Next slide. So again, kind of thinking about things as we're going into the planning season, we always have these challenges that we're facing, and it's kind of a balancing game here. Haley, you want to click it forward once? So we see that based on the 2020 State of Salmon report, that Puget Sound Chinook are still listed as being in crisis, and that has not really changed. So obviously there's a lot of things that we need to consider as we go into these planning seasons. So just wanted to point out that kind of the status of Chinook has not changed in recent times. Go ahead, Haley, with the next slide. So considering that, we do have, of course, always have stocks that we're concerned with as we go into the planning season. The number one is always going to be Stillaguamish. We know that it's likely to still be a constraining stock. The recent year forecasts have had terminal run sizes of between 900 and 1,000 fish. Again, the forecast for this year is significantly higher than it has been in previous years, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be kind of moving to a different management regime based on the numbers that we're seeing. It's still a really low run size. We're still going to be concerned about this, even with some of the improvements. For the Skagit, again, we saw weak forecasts in recent years. Like I just mentioned this a second ago, with springs in 2020 and 2021 and summer falls in both 21 and 22. There were stronger than predicted returns in 2022. However, there was also poor outmigration in 21. So again, something that we're keeping an eye on. For the Snohomish, the 2022 preseason abundance was forecasted to be low, but there were stronger than expected returns in 2022. So that kind of was, better than we expected last year. I did show you the numbers just now for 2023 are looking positive, but again, because of those poor expectations from last year, it's something that we'll just kind of keep an eye on moving forward. So for coho, again, the Strait of Juan de Fuca rivers do have improved forecasts for this year, but they are still considered being in rebuilding status. As Kyle mentioned earlier today, they are not considered overfished anymore, but we're still kind of in this rebuilding plan. For Snohomish, again, I just mentioned that we're kind of getting out of rebuilding now. So the stock did crash in 2015 when there was poor ocean conditions and there was a decline in a lot of coho stocks. It was considered overfished then based on the Magnuson-Stevens Conservation Fisheries Management Act. And so we went into this rebuilding plan along with co-managers and NOAA until we could kind of get out of that. And we did rebuild that just this past year. So that's all positive. But again, we just want to make sure that we're keeping it in this good status now. So there is still concern over the Thompson River in Canada. So that's another thing that we'll be keeping an eye on. That was kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. And then finally, we talked a little bit about this earlier as well. Low water in the fall of 2022 created a lot of issues in the rivers. So this kind of happened at a time that the coho were trying to move up the river and they couldn't because there was, just not enough water to move. So that created some really tough conditions for returns and something that we're going to be keeping an eye on. It did have kind of this extended return period where we actually had coho that were returning like well into November and December. So it's kind of this protracted return. So we just don't know how that's going to affect outmigration, going forward and, what that's going to look like. So something to keep an eye on just in terms of how the conditions that these fish are returning in this past fall. And there is potential that the drought affected outmigration as well. So just, again, things that we're keeping an eye on. And now I'm going to turn it over to Derek to talk about the NALF runs.
Thanks, Kirsten. And as we're getting started up here, for folks who might have worked with in the past, I just wanted to acknowledge Ty Garber, who's kind of transitioned his role a little bit this year from previously our Mark Selective Fishing bio is now taking the lead on some of our coho modeling along with Angelica Hagenbrau. So a lot of this work was done by him, and I'd just like to express appreciation for that. Anyway, as we're getting into talking about some of the model runs, this is kind of the first model runs of the year. We call them the NALF runs, which stands for New Abundances, Last Year's Fisheries. And once again, this is the first model runs of the preseason this year. The fisheries that we use in these model run represent those from 2022, all the way from Alaska down south to California. And that includes everything from the retention parameters to the non-retention parameters to all the different pieces we add into the fisheries like sublegal legal ratios. The forecasts that we're using for this model run represent 2023 for all stocks, with the exception of a few. For Chinook, we're missing right now at the moment BC stocks, Oregon coastal, and Sacramento fall stocks. For the BC stocks and Oregon coastal, we'll update those kind of in future model runs to represent 2023 abundances. We typically get those forecasts from Canada and Oregon around the end of March going into the PFMC2 meeting. For Sacramento Falls, that's just, we're working with kind of some of our counterparts on the coast to get that. And I think I just saw a forecast come through today. So hopefully that'll get updated in the model shortly. As far as coho goes, we have all the forecasts of the model with the exception of BC, which we should get after March 14th. Thanks, Haley. So maybe we'll start off with Chinook. And before we jump into these model runs, maybe just to describe a little bit what we see on screen here. So what designates management for our Chinook stocks is two pieces that we're looking at. We're looking at kind of the abundance of the stock, and you can see that in the second column here on the abundance tier. The abundance is often defined by escapement, which you can see kind of 5 tiers in. And then the second piece that we're looking at is the exploitation rates. And exploitation rates, of course, represent the impacts of a fishery or a grouping of fisheries on a stock. So we have different metrics for exploitation rates. We have total exploitation rates, which represents kind of the impact of all fisheries from Alaska all the way south to California. You can see that in the column just after escapement. We have southern US exploitation rates, which are just those fisheries that occur south of West Coast Vancouver Island. That's in the next column over. And then we have a pre-terminal SUAS exploitation rate metric, which you can see kind of in the final column there. And that represents the impacts in the southern US, but only in the marine areas. So as you can see, as you're looking kind of at this graphic in front of us right now, each stock has a different management criteria, which you can see kind of in the 2nd through 4th columns here. Some of those have objectives that are based on that SUS exploitation rate. Some of them are based on the total exploitation rate, et cetera. So as we're going through and kind of comparing these different columns together, those are the different things that we want to be looking for. On screen now, we have, we're going to start off with our northern Chinooks, our northern Puget Sound Chinook stocks, and maybe just making a few quick notes on what we see on screen here. We do see Nooksack Springs in this run with the new Nooksack Spring abundances in last year's fisheries. We see that it has an SUS exploitation rate of 12%. That's slightly over the objective of 10.9%. As Kirsten was mentioning, Nooksack Springs is one of the stocks that we see with a lower forecast this year than last year. Moving down next to Skagit Springs, we might notice this is a stock that has been kind of constraining in some recent years. We have been falling into some of those low abundance categories. You can see in the 2nd column for all of the for the Skagit total abundance, as well as for the stock subcomponents, we are above the low abundance threshold. So that's good news relative to where we've been in recent years. But one thing I would note, particularly for the upper Cascade portion of the stock, is that the escapement from these preliminary model runs are coming out, it's coming out as 182 fish. And if that falls below 170, that does fall below the low abundance threshold, which would necessitate kind of a change in those management objectives. I don't think there's much to speak to here about White River or Dungeness, but maybe calling our attention to the other Skagit stocks, Skagit Summer Falls. This has also been one that in recent years, some of the stock subcomponents have fallen below that low abundance threshold. We do see that this is the case in the NALF run for the stock component, where we see it's below the LAT. If we look over at the escapement, then it's at 326 in this first run. And to get above that LAT, we would need an escapement of 400. So that does, when we're below that LAT mark, it does necessitate kind of a more restrictive management objective, which is 17% in the southern US. And we see in our NALF run, we're currently at 19.3. So Kirsten had mentioned that in recent years for Stillaguamish, we've seen forecasts kind of in the 900 to 1,000 range. Perhaps some good news is that we see that the abundance this year is being forecast as a terminal run size of 1,255 above what we've seen in recent years. So a positive thing there, but also as Kirsten mentioned, we still fall within kind of the same management objective of 9% unmarked SUS and 14% marked SUS. And you can see kind of, we're just coming above that in our very first run. Snohomish is a little bit of an interesting stock here because if folks might remember from last year, Snohomish was actually a Chinook stock that we did have some concern over. It was falling below that lower bound abundance is what we called it. And this year we see a slight improvement where it's below the low abundance threshold, but it's still kind of a stock that's potentially going to be of concern this year due to that low abundance. We see that right now the southern US exploitation rate is coming out at 9.1%. Haley, if we could move to the next slide. And looking very different for some of our mid and southern Puget Sound stocks on screen here. We're looking at kind of the same set of metrics. I don't actually have too much to mention on these stocks. A lot of these ones are looking pretty good in this first NALF run. The one thing that I might mention here of note is particularly for Nisqually, we have a pretty decreased hatchery run. And so you'll notice that the escapement for Nisqually is quite a bit lower than last year was in the final model. One final thing I might mention on this screen, and I know this is a Puget Sound room right here, but for anybody who might be interested, our Lower Columbia Natural Tule ER, that is kind of one of our primary constraining stocks out on the ocean. And we are going to be at a 38% management objective on that total exploitation rate this year. From this first NALF run, we're seeing 37.7, so relatively similar to kind of the end of last year. I will move on to Coho next, and just well, maybe I'll save questions till after I get through Coho. So Haley, if we can move to the next slide. Kirsten had mentioned that the Coho forecasts are generally up for Puget Sound this year relative to last year. The one exception here, and the first thing I would call to note, is Skagit. So for Skagit, we are seeing a decreased abundance from last year. And whereas last year, I think that we were in a normal category for abundance, this year we're in a low category for abundance. So as we think about what that means, it does change the management objective there from what was 60% last year to 35% this year. Kirsten had mentioned that Strait of Juan de Fuca stock, that is one that's in rebuilding status. We do see kind of an improvement from last year, whereas last year was in critical, and this year it's set to low as the abundance threshold. That does change the ER objective from 20% total exploitation rate to 40% total exploitation rate. We can see over there on the far right, we do have kind of the southern US ER highlighted, but just in case anybody was interested in what that total exploitation rate coming out of this first model run is, it's 10.1%. So moving on maybe to the next set of slides, Haley. Up here, we have some of our key coastal stocks, as well as some of our Columbia River stocks and interior Fraser. So for these stocks, all the ocean coho stocks are in an abundant status. Queets, while it's a little bit lower than it was last year, is still over that 5,800 escapement objective in the NALF run. Maybe I might call our attention to some of the Columbia River stocks, which, while the forecast for this year for those Columbia River coho stocks is a little bit lower than it was last year, it is still quite a high abundance forecast for the Columbia stocks. And the LCN management objective remains at 23%, which is what it was last year, but we did see the OCN objective go from 15 to 20%. I think that's about all I had on NALF runs. Just checking with Kirsten, do you think that now is a good time to open it for questions, or should we get through your final slides first?
I have like one more slide, so then we'll have plenty of time for questions. So just, yeah, this is kind of the last slide that's got, guts on it. So just some considerations looking forward to this season. Again, Stillaguama Chinook conservation limits will continue to drive most of the recreational opportunities. As we just discussed, really positive signs in the Stilly right now. Excuse me. But we still are at low numbers, and we want to be really cognizant of that. Chinook directed fisheries versus time on the water is always a big discussion. So things to think about kind of moving into this season. There is a lot of recent year variability and effort trends that we're still kind of to piece through. And that's kind of been really apparent in some of the most recent seasons that we've had. And there's been a significant increase in effort over historical averages. So again, things to consider as we're kind of going forward. And then the last thing that I want to mention is that pinks will be part of the daily limit again for this year. There will be no bonus pink limits for 2023. We have seen improved pink numbers in the last couple of years. It's kind of compared to a couple of years back, but still kind of want to make sure that we're taking a cautious approach to all these fisheries. So pinks will be part of the daily limit for that. And then
to that, Kirsten, that there may be some terminal areas or freshwater areas where we may consider bonus pink limits, but that'll be watershed specific.
And then next slide. So just to kind of update on everybody on kind of what the next kind of stages of North of Falcon. So the online comment portal is open. And you can see that at the top there for anybody who wants to leave comments for us. There is information there about the Sport Fishing Advisory Group, which we will be soliciting for members the end of this year. So consider if you want to be on that, you can submit your name. Public meetings that are coming up after today. So next week is PFMC #1. And there'll be, I believe, some public meetings associated with that are coming up to for anybody who's interested. March 15th is North of Falcon #1. That will be back here for the public portion of that. The March 20th and 23rd, we will have our evening kind of Puget Sound discussion. So those will be via Zoom from 6 to 8 p.m. The information for those is on the North of Falcon website, and I believe the registration is open for those as well. You do need to pre-register for anybody who's interested, so make sure that you check that out. And then March 28th, North of Falcon #2, that will be taking place in Linwood. And there will be both a hybrid approach to that one as well. So we'll have an in-person component and it will also be on Zoom. Same for North Falcon #1 and #2. And then finally wrapping all this up with PFMC #2, which is going to be down in Foster City, California this year. There will be webinars every morning at 9 a.m. As we're kind of going through that process. So with that, we are here to answer questions.
So as a reminder, we're going to need you to come up and speak into the mic if you have questions. And I saw Gabe had his hand up. So welcome, Gabe.
And a really quick reminder to those on the phone, *9 to raise your hand to help you guys get in line for speaking. Sorry, Gabe.
Yeah, you're good. Thanks for having that NELF set up for us going into this meeting. It was definitely helpful. Question I had is, are there any tribal placeholder fisheries like macaw treaty troll in the NELF right now? Or is that just last year's actual fisheries?
So it's just last year's actual fisheries, and this NALF run, just to make it clear, it is a little bit, maybe a little bit earlier than we would normally have it at this meeting, but just to make it clear kind of what that contains, keeping in mind as you kind of mix in last year's fisheries with a new set of abundances, there are occasionally cases where you get, say, a terminal area fishery that is larger than you might actually see in the first model run, just based off kind of the forecast last year versus this year. For example, if there were certain fisheries that were modeled that were targeting the Tulalip stock, that's a stock that's down about 2,500 on the forecast this year relative to last year. And when we're looking at the fisheries from last year, it reflects kind of those older abundances.
Great, thank you.
And we don't have anybody online, Mark. Oh, there we go. Tony has his hand up. Tony, go ahead. Tony, go ahead. You're unmuted. Well, Tony, I don't think we can hear you. You might need to rejoin if your mic isn't working. You can also dial *6 on your phone.
So Pat had his hand up here in the room. Go ahead and come to the microphone, Pat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat Patillo. Thank you, all the agency staff, for preparing today's presentations and discussion. And I really appreciate it. I had a few comments, but I think I'll zero in on just one for now and see how the discussion goes on others. The forecasts are what they are, and I think there's still some I have some keen interest about some more aspects, and I'll follow up with those at another time. But the interesting discussion, there is an interesting discussion, I think, about the NALF model runs. They're really useful as a starting point, but there's also quite a limit to those, and I think everybody should emphasize that. I probably have, but the next model runs, when we start to get into some more realistic fisheries, responding to it gives you a good message about the where you've got problems. That's the value of it. And so early, and I was kind of remarking about how early it is. I guess the process this year is just so really compressed that here at the forecast meeting, you already have the NALF model runs, and that seems unusual, and perhaps it's a benefit. When I was listening to Gabe ask the question about were these the actual fisheries or is it something else? Well, I don't think it's the actual fisheries either. And this is where I will start with some questions about as we go on for further modeling. I think the issue that Gabe might be getting at is with his mentioning of the term placeholder fisheries is that the beginnings of North of Falcon are often impeded, I think, and some of my other constituents from the recreational community in Puget Sound think by having some unrealistic starting points. And for the macaw troll fishery, the winter troll fishery, for perhaps for the Stillaguamish terminal area, tribal river fishery, and also for the Tulalip fishery, it seems that those could invite more scrutiny about what we are really modeling. Are we modeling what is expected as an outcome, or are we modeling just a placeholder, just a almost a policy statement? And it's a tough issue. It's wrapped up in allocations and fairness and all that stuff, which is difficult. You can't model those things. But the issue that came up, I noticed in some of the PFMC discussions about that was reported by Kyle, I believe, that the Kyle Vandergraaf, that the salmon team was actually looking at some of the Oregon coastal troll fisheries for how they've been modeled in past years, and you're going to look at some more realistic numbers as input. And I think that's something that should be done for the modeling of some of the Puget Sound fisheries. I'm not picking on the tribal fisheries, but I know how much detail and prediction specificity there is for the sport fisheries. And it's difficult to compare some of the tribal fishery impacts with the non-tribal. It would help if at first we saw some reports about what actually was caught last year as opposed to what was modeled. So that's just some starting comments, and I'll be with you throughout the North Falcon process. Thank you very much.
It looks like our next hand online is Kurt. Kurt, go ahead.
Good morning, folks. It's good to see you all again. This is Kurt Kramer up here in Marysville. I want to talk a little bit about the Stillaguamish, which probably isn't a news flash to most of you. First of all, the forecast this year is up, but it's largely due because there wasn't any major floods the last 3 or 4 years. So it's nothing to get too excited about. To put this year's forecast in wild forecast in some context, 2000 to 2006, the wild escapement on the Stillaguamish was nearly twice what this year's forecast is. And that's at the start of the ESA listing. We need to be in that range. So, the Stillaguamish is going to be a perpetual problem probably for most of the rest of our lifetime, certainly mine. But I have some, and I did notice that the early model run had a terminal run size of 12,000 or 1,255 fish, which is, to my math, a little bit larger than the forecast. So congratulations, you found a way to make fish. What I really want to do is talk about modeling. Maybe Derek can start this. This morning, the gentleman asked about the AEQs on, for example, 3-year-old Stillaguamish Chinooks that weren't going to spawn this year, or 2-year-old Stillaguamish Chinook that would not spawn this year.
So Kurt, maybe to start off on, maybe just a clarification there. When we were looking at the, it's kind of different metrics. When we were looking at the 1,200 figure that we presented in the mouth runs, that was a combined hatchery and wild.
Isn't the wild forecast 710 and the hatchery 504?
Yep, that sounds about right. I'd have to go double check the numbers, but it seems like it checks out to me. So that's
a glitch, not a problem.
And then the second part on the AEQs, Kurt, did you have kind of a specific question about the AEQs that you would like to know more about?
The 3-year-old white horse fish that will not spawn this year. Immature 3-year-olds.
Oh, I see. So you're looking for the number of immature 3-year-old fish, the ones that are not returning to the terminal run. That's that's something I have to calculate. I can get that back.
Well, I want to know what the AEQ is for a 3-year-old that isn't going to spawn this year.
I see.
Is it
1,
0.9, 0.8 of 1, or what is it? It's something less than 1 for sure.
It's gonna, and it's gonna vary as well by time step. We do kind of have that varying depending on whether you're looking at the winter period versus the summer period. But I can look that up while we're on the call here. I'll get back to you soon, Craig, or I'm sorry, Kurt.
Okay, we've had discussion, for a number of years now about the abnormal number or surprising number of 3-year-old Chinooks that show up in the fisheries, Still-Guami Chinooks. And the question was how many of those were maturing fish and how many were not going to mature until, the following year or the year after that. And I thought about that. And, if you look at the age structure of the escapement in the Still-Guami River, and you look at 3, 4s, and 5-year-olds, a little less than 40% of the fish that's going to spawn that are spawning or will be 3-year-olds. And so if you look at the number of 4 and 5-year-olds in the fishery, for example, if you look at I pulled all the coded wire tags from 2008 through 2021 on the winter fisheries, and there was 32 4-year-olds and 1 5-year-old, but 73 3-year-olds. Using the spawning ratios, you would expect only, maybe 20 of those 73 3-year-olds would be maturing fish. And so if we can agree on that, then you just apply the different AEQ to which ones you keep and which ones you don't keep, or you kill or don't kill. Is that a reasonable approach to start parsing out that, Derek?
So I think maybe you and I should probably get together and talk about this one a little bit offline, Kurt. But I will say I was looking at this again a little bit, kind of just going into this week, and I had taken kind of the recent 5-year average, looking at kind of what percentage of the terminal return is H3s versus 4s versus 5s. And I just kind of want to confirm that I saw something similar again this year to what we've been looking at in previous years. I can't remember the exact rate offhand, but for example, the percentage of H3s that I saw in that last 5 years was somewhere between 35 and 40%.
Yeah, that's what you see in the co-manager's draft plan they're submitted in 2022. They list the ages of the Still-Guami Chinooks. That's about what shows up there. One of the problems, Derek, is you promised me in 2021 we talk about this offline. You promised me again in 2022 that we talk about offline. We still haven't had that conversation. And I think we're mischaracterizing what the whitehorse Still-Guami Chinook are. And I'll give an example of why I think we have a problem. In the summer fisheries from 2008 to 2021, the state sampled nearly 70,000 Chinook, legal Chinook. Of those in the summer fisheries, of those, only 60 were Still-Guami Chinooks. And thank God all the Still-Guami hatchery fish are marked, so we can recover them. But what was interesting, in green areas 9, 10, and 11, there were 25 coded wire tags recovered during the summer fishery. And not a single one of those fish was a 4-year-old. And in the olive Puget Sound, there was 60 recovered, and only 4 of those were 4-year-olds, only one of which occurred after July 15th. But if you look at the co-manager's plan, they list the Still-Guami Chinook, those whitehorse fish entering the river beginning in May. And they arrive in the North Fork in July and August. And in fact, what's going on is most of these fish that we're catching in the summer that would be mature fish are either in the river or in the very extreme terminal areas. And your coded wire data over the last 14 years or 13 years kind of backs that up. It looks to me, if we schedule Puget Sound, certainly central Puget Sound Chinooks after the 15th of July, we would be fishing just on immature fish, which makes a hell of a difference in what our impacts are, because the AEQs is always going to be less than 1. So yeah, I think we need to talk about it.
Sounds good, Kurt. And as always, I really appreciate you digging into this one.
I mean,
I will make a point of chatting with you soon on it.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions in the room? If you can come on up to the microphone.
Hello again, everyone. Alex Van Hyne, how we doing? Quick question on the Sandwich River. I believe in the past couple of years, we've seen an influx in surplus at the hatchery, and I believe last year we saw that number even increase even more. Is there any plans that we're putting in motion, Mark, or anyone, that we would be focusing on maybe enhancing the terminal fishery for Sandwich River fish?
We've been starting to have those discussions. We don't have anything hardcore in place yet, but we have started to have those discussions about potential areas to increase being able to target those sandwich hatchery fish. So I will say, yes, those conversations have started. Do we have a plan right now? No, we have ideas of plans, but so we're kind of in the baby stages of planning that. So if anybody else wants to jump in.
Is there a number that we know of how much surplus we've seen over the past? Well, I know we don't have last year's numbers for sure, but is there a estimation that you guys have on hand of how much surplus we've looked at the past couple of years?
If Andrew is online, he might be able to give us an answer if he is.
I think he might have had a meeting this afternoon.
We can get to that.
So the person that has the number is not on the meeting today.
I would acknowledge Ed Laser. You might have a response.
You'll probably. Yes.
So we've been getting a lot of surplus at Sandwich, but. Move the microphone closer, Ed. Please. But like what Kurt was referring to, a lot of them are 3-year-olds. And not only are they just 3-year-olds, they're 3-year-old males. And so it's kind of caused us some challenges at the hatchery, but as you saw in the presentation, we're expecting like 60,000 kind of, this is a lot more than we need.
More than you can handle.
Yeah, and we have a lot of issues with that recreational fishery, you know, a lot of pressure there, a lot of people, and having a lot of enforcement issues. And so we're gonna be tackling it a couple different ways, trying to increase like commercial fisheries there through Gillnet, but also looking at recreational opportunity as well.
Okay, because isn't it my understanding that the Bellingham terminal fishery is kind of geared towards the Sandwich River stocks?
That's correct.
And so the solution to handling the surplus is to provide more commercial opportunity?
That could be one of the solutions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not referring more to the Sandwich River fishery, because I know that is an issue for you guys on enforcement especially. I'm thinking more if we can find more opportunity for terminal opportunities as we see our Area 7 season shrink drastically year after year. I would hope that when we see a surplus of hatchery fish that are taxpayer dollar paid fish, that we might see more opportunity for us to go and target these.
Yeah.
We're looking into it. That's.
Yeah, if you have any ideas on like what would be best, we want to hear from you.
Okay, we'll see if we can put something in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Hank with his hand up on the line. Hank, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this previous discussion about the Sandwich River. Is like, you know, we've been seeing that surplus increase over the last couple of years. And, you know, I know we've brought it up in the past about like, is there a way to expand that Bellingham Bay area? And we talked about it last year about, you know, moving the boundary on the south end of that to include what's known as the Bellingham Channel between Guaymas and Cypress Islands, because there's a lot of kind of good fishing area in there, and it does provide more opportunity, especially for the people coming out of the Anacortes area to get in there. And if, you know, depending on, you know, what time of year and whatever, it shouldn't have that much impact on, you know, some of these other, you know, other concerns, you know. But you know, could really allow us to put some more recreational pressure on those fish. So that's, you know, just bringing that up again, because since we've talked about it before, and like to, at least while you're considering options, put it on the list of something to consider. And then, just another comment about that Stillaguamish, for those of us up in Area 7, we've been told that we can't fish in the winter because of the impacts on Stillaguamish, and that our summer seasons have been almost eliminated because of impacts on the Stillaguamish. And I know when people have talked about it in the past, and they started getting into the numbers, it sounds like you were talking about impacts on like just a few fish. So if there is, a doubling of that escapement this year, even though, statewide, it probably means nothing. I think for Area 7, if that frees up just like a couple or a few impacts, that might make a big difference for us. So please keep a close eye on that and consider Area 7 when you're structuring those seasons. So thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and jump in, Hank, on the first part of your comment there about the potential of expanding the Bellingham Bay boundary area. As you're probably aware, but maybe not, and so I'll just talk about it a little bit. The management models we use are based on coded wire tag recoveries, and those coded wire tag recoveries are associated with kind of a specific geographic location as to where they were collected. When I say specific, that's kind of tongue in cheek, because it's not down to like lat long coordinates or anything like that. It's really kind of a broader marine area. So we know, for instance, sometimes anglers, when we interview them at the dock, they will, when we're recovering that tag, they'll write down a location on the tag label there as we're putting it in. So we have a general area. But because those recoveries are based on a geographic location, and therefore the resulting modeling results, exploitation rates, and other things, if we start moving boundaries, that may have an effect on what that exploitation may or may not be. And I'm not sure that we necessarily have the tools to evaluate that right now. We have bantered this about within the department about the ability to ask more specific questions to anglers who are successful landing fish, that maybe we can potentially over time collect that information to look at those tag recoveries and be able to speak to the differences in exploitation between those maybe sub areas. But right now, we don't have long-term coverage in a plan. And all of our, as I said, our modeling are based on these recoveries. So I think if we start thinking about moving boundaries and what that may mean in the broader context, I think the department's really reluctant to consider that at this point, given where we are with kind of a dearth of information, kind of not enough information to allow us to speak definitively on those differences and impacts. Something, like I said, we have considered over time, but I think where we are in both the ESA process and our ability to evaluate that, that's not likely we're something we'd consider for this upcoming year.
Yeah, I see. My response to that is you'll never have the data unless you unless you let us kind of catch those fish and give you the data. You do, if you did just kind of a small incremental change, you can maybe gather something. And then the other question, and this shows my ignorance of the commercial fisheries, is the boundary for that expanded gill net fishery that were, that just came up, like maybe that's how to mop these things up. Are the boundaries for that the same as this recreational terminal area?
So I'm pretty sure the commercial and recreational boundaries of Bellingham Bay are the same.
Okay. Yeah. Because I know, like in the summers before, I've seen them, on the other side of Cypress Island, but that's I just don't know, kind of what they were doing there. I almost ran into one in the fog, but so anyways, thank you.
We have a question in the room. Yeah, you can come up to me.
Hi, I'm Don Porth. I'm on the Fishery Enhancement Fund Committee. I had two questions for you. One is on the Chinook forecast for the Elwha. So I was surprised that was down year over year, being a year further removed, further apart from the dam removal. So do you have any insights on why that would be down and not increasing like the Coho forecast?
Unfortunately, I don't know exactly why that ELWA forecast might be down. I wonder if we have perhaps one of the JDF regional bios on the line here.
Jenny Whitney's on the line. I think she's ready to talk.
Yeah, I think I could speak to that. So 95% of the Chinook and the Elwha are still hatchery origin fish. And for the 2022 return, we saw a very low number of 3-year-olds come back. And so the forecast is low this year because those 3-year-olds from last year would be the same brood year as the 4-year-olds from this year and influence the forecast. And in addition, there was a low hatchery release of under 1 million in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Thanks, Jenny, for the help there. In terms of natural production of Chinook and the Elwha too, we're dependent in large part on hatchery origin fish spawning successfully in the wild and producing offspring that come back as unclipped Chinook. And so we had a lot of success early on with that, but we know that there's been, it's kind of been stabilized, the number of fish spawning in the wild. So we've seen that kind of stall. We're not extremely concerned because we knew that we had to be patient. And I heard someone mention the Elwha dam removal. So I just thought it'd be nice to add, we have to be patient with this one. It's not going to happen overnight, but so far things are going well, but we're going to just have these like slow upticks and downticks as we watch this thing recolonize.
Thank you. And then on the pink forecast, I didn't see a separate line for the Dungeness River. I thought there's been Dungeness forecasts for pink salmon in the past. Is that incorrect, or does anybody know why it's not broken out?
Jenny, I don't know if you have an answer for that. And if you don't, then we can get with our pink specialist who's in the commercial room right now. We can get an answer from him. So Jenny, I don't know if you have an answer about the Dungeness pink.
Yeah, am I unmuted?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, the majority of those pinks that are forecast for the Strait of Juan de Fuca are Dungeness Chinook, I believe. I'm sorry, Dungeness pinks. Let's see, Mickey Yaga's not still there, is he? But I think that the Dungeness pink forecast is 253,000 summers and 111,000 falls. So I think that looks, I guess they're not included in that. That was 35,000. Oh no, there it is, 365. That 365 is the Dungeness forecast, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Leah, do we have any questions online before we go to another question in the room?
No, there has been 2 people I've noticed that have been trying to raise their hands. Peter, if you have a question, you're available, you can talk now. And Tony here, we'll try Tony again real quick. Tony, you are unmuted or available to unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
I've got a question on the Nooksack chums. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Tony.
For last year and the years before, Kendall Creek Hatchery has not retrieved their brood stock, and the entire river was shut down for chums for recreational, for conservation issues. And again, the non-treaty and treaty in Bellingham Bay have overharvested. The Nooksack tribe and the Lummi tribe have been overharvesting. And what's gonna take to get the tribal and the non-treaty to back off that fishery? Because you're gonna lose the chum run and the Nooksack. It's that critical.
Well, Tony, as you know, the co-managers work really hard together in the preseason and through the season to craft fisheries that meet the goals. I believe for the chum in that area, we're managing for hatchery escapement. And so I'm looking at my Region 4 folks. I know we have had some recent year challenges with chum and those returns coming back. But you know, we do work together to try to ensure that all of our fisheries are meeting those goals, both preseason and in season. So, you know, I guess my best response is we're going to continue to work together to try to meet those goals. It's unfortunate in those years when we don't, but we do communicate during the season to try to, and I know the tribes have adjusted their fisheries in season to try to meet those goals as well.
Yeah, they fished 3 days last year, and they wouldn't back off their fisheries, especially up around Nugent Corner area. And I watched huge harvests going on up there, and the tribes wouldn't back down because they want to go with their own test catches, and they won't use the state. So I think this policy needs to be changed this year because the chum run on the Nooksack River is in big trouble. I'm 63 years old, and I'm seeing it going downhill fast. And also, I want to bring about the steelhead issue at the hatchery. Again, over harvest by the tribes on steelhead last year. It was shut down for recreational, then they reopened at the last moment, and then they cut back their broodstock requirements. And also, you've got to get these tribes to back off the Nooksack. They're gonna wipe the steelhead out too. There's nothing left.
Appreciate the comment, Tony.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up, Mark. So in regards to the Sandwich Terminal or the Bellingham Bay Terminal fishery, we're not going to look at expanding the area or increasing bag limit out of concern for impacts on Stillaguamish fish?
I never said we weren't going to consider increasing the bag limit.
Okay, so
It's really more about expanding the boundary lines for the bay. That suggestion's been floated where we would expand the boundary lines to be able to,
like maybe-
access those fish before they become more lockjawed as they get closer
Right.
to the bay.
So like we could target them in the Secret Harbor area and in areas like that Bellingham Channel. I think what they
I think that's where our reluctance is because those boundaries are built into the historical models. If we start adjusting those, we have a different exploitation in Bellingham Bay on these fish than we do out in, Marine Area 7 or even up by Point Roberts, which is a different area.
Yeah.
So, we need to consider that and evaluate that. If we are going to propose to move boundaries, we would need some really good data to be able to go to both the co-managers and our federal regulators and say, hey, this is the analysis we've done. This is where we think those differentials impacts would be, and have that be evaluated by others than just us. If we were going to move forward with something like that. And because, that if we do, like, let's say we get down a road in another year and we have, long-term ESA coverage, making a change like that, I believe could trigger reconsultation, right? Because that would be a big enough change where they may have to reevaluate kind of the whole coverage package.
So there's a little bit there to digest. So we have a different exploitation rate for Stillaguamish fish within the Bellingham Bay Terminal as it stands now. So if we adjusted it, we would have to account for additional exploitation rates to the Stillaguamish stocks.
To all stocks, not just Stillaguamish. I mean, I think, and Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Ty's taken a little bit of look at what the tag recoveries have been in Bellingham Bay versus in Area 7. And we still catch quite a few mixed stocks within the Bellingham Bay terminal area. It's not just Samish fish or other fish.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, and then you had mentioned that you would hope to see more participation or more data come back on CWTs out of that Bellingham Bay terminal fishery. What would that require? Would that require more krill surveys, dockside krill surveys? Would that require us
So
sending in.
it's not that we were looking for more CWTs. I think for the fisheries that would be prosecuted in both Bellingham Bay and Area 7, for us to get more and more specific spatial data. So, you know, if you come back and you caught a Chinook, hey, where'd you catch that Chinook? And point to it on like a gridded map with lat longs that we can point to it. And if the, you know, your fish happens to have a coded wire tag, we now have a spatial reference point to that coded wire tag recovery that potentially in the future, we could pair that up as, you know, as we're trying to evaluate these things.
Right. And so to be more specific on the point of where it was caught, but the season runs the middle of August through the end of September. So there's no other Chinook retention during that season. So are you meaning even specifically to, like, if we're talking about towards Lummi Rocks versus Point Roberts inside the terminal? Or, I mean, what do you mean
So
by?
I mean, guess what I'm talking about is, you know, collecting tags when Area 7 proper is open and collecting that data. And while Bellingham Bay is open, collecting that data too, and then pairing that up and looking at the differences over time. I mean, it's really more about the Area 7 because right now that's contained, the Area 7, the piece that you're looking to expand Bellingham Bay out of is contained in Area 7, right?
Right.
So that's where we would be collecting those tags, or from when Area 7 is open for fishing. And using that data for when Area 7 is open to inform what those catches would be like in that area that we're trying to expand for Bellingham Bay later.
Right. And that would be simply for the purpose of finding out a better idea of what fish are being caught. To make sure we had a better idea of how much we're exploiting any particular fishery if we expanded to that given
Correct.
area.
Any particular stock. Yeah.
Right. So, but when we're fishing from August 16th to September 30th, specifically for a Bellingham Bay terminal fishery that are targeting Sandwich River fish that were in surplus, are we not seeing a lot of CWT data coming from that?
No, I mean, the people that fish Bellingham Bay are landing pretty much at the same spots that we're already covering for other fisheries too. So we collect tags out of the Bellingham Bay wreck fisheries, just like we would any other wreck fishery.
Okay. Thank you.
Come on up, Gabe.
Gabe, before you start, I'm just gonna check with Leah to make sure there's no questions online.
No, Gabe's good to go.
All right.
Okay, so it sounds like once we sign this new management plan, adding any additional opportunity back in certain terminal areas could trigger an additional consultation. Is that what? We don't know.
I don't know. I think it would be evaluated on how significant the change would be. You know, the potential impact on, you know, what that may mean. I don't want to assume whether it would trigger consultation or not.
Okay, understood. Suggestion I would make is I've caught my fair share of coated wire tag fish in my day, and it's probably 50-50 on if the fish checker asks you a specific location of where you caught that fish at. A lot of times they say, well, where were you? Oh, I was in area 11, for instance. Well, it would help, you know, to ask for, you know, and there's some trust issues here. So I don't think there's some anglers are not going to want to tell you exactly where they're at, but I think it's important to get as much data from that as possible when they are collecting those tags. I think with this Stilly situation, it's not going to resolve itself anytime soon. So we're going to need to look to terminal areas to be able to increase opportunity. And without the data from the tags, we can't justify the fishery. And so we got to figure out a way to collect that data so we can start increasing some opportunity. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Go ahead, Pat.
Thank you, Pat Patillo. I wanted to make a few recommendations about in preparation for the March 15th public meeting, and there it's mostly about modeling proposals to try to get something on the table as early as possible. And I want to emphasize that I'm only talking about Puget Sound sport fisheries. I have to say that I get a little bit upset when I hear anybody in this forum. This is a public forum. We're here to have the department generate proposals in the negotiations with the tribes. I mean, that's the game. That, I mean, really it is. That's what we have to focus on. And it doesn't help to have comments about over harvesting by the tribes. The department doesn't manage the tribal fisheries. We all have conservation jointly. That's a co-management responsibility, but we don't expect the department to go after the tribes' fisheries. This is a forum about non-Indian fisheries. So I have some recommendations. The first model runs for March 15th, that we'll have the PFMC options, the 3 options. It's pretty normal, typical, has always been that way. Seems to have 3 options, and they have a variety of different fishery seasons and total numbers of catch. And that's really useful but it's only useful for the ocean fisheries, especially in terms of Chinook. There's not very many connections for us in Puget Sound. And so I wonder if the department could consider looking at matching some options with those 3 that are for Puget Sound, rather than just having last year's fisheries matched up with those 3 options. I think it would be a lot more informative if it was possible to get, I know those are joint state and tribal PFMC model runs, but pursuing that, I think it would accelerate the process, have more, it would lend itself toward more productive discussions as early as possible. The first North of Falcon meeting on March 15th is our target. Well, if you can't get that done, then I would suggest that you look at some, call it side modeling, something that you could associate with some of those model runs and have those be just like variations, just changes to the non-Indian sport fishery in Puget Sound. And here are some recommendations for Chinook. I would think it would be of value to look at non-selective alternatives to mark selective fisheries. And to not get it too complicated, I recommend that you just look at one area and look at the difference, the effect of a non-selective fishery, say compared to last year in Area 7, just as an example, because it does have we're focused on Stillaguamish impacts, and it's pretty high impact relative to other areas per fish caught. And so if looking at a non-selective alternative, I wonder if that would help the public understand how much value there is to going selective. It hasn't been selective that long, but there must be some reason why we're fishing that mark selectively. It must be reducing the impacts relative to a non-selective fishery, but there are some cases where we've totally lost fisheries. And I suggest that one of those, to be simple, is to model a non-selective and a selective, very small winter fishery. So this is coupled then with the proposal to have the department hopefully consider a reinsertion of some very limited, but some meaningful winter fishing opportunity in Area 7. Another idea is to look at the effect of size limits. We've focused in the past for Chinook on the size limit reductions, going to something smaller than like 20 inches instead of 22 inches. Well, I just happen to think that it is from working on some of these issues that the effect of reduced impacts on Stillaguamish Chinook, especially hatchery Chinook, is it would be possible to reduce that impact and still retain a good summer fishery with a higher size limit, say 24 or 26. If it could just be modeled, just to see the effect, I think it would give something for the public to chew on. We know it's a separate issue for you to take that and get agreement with the tribes, but to start with, let's not waste your time unless there is an effect. So those are some Chinook ideas. With coho, there are a few that I think are important to consider given the changes in especially the Snohomish coho, wild coho status and abundance. It seems like increasing opportunities in areas 9, 8, 2, maybe even 10 might be possible. And so modeling as soon as possible, some increase. So logically, it's an extension from the closures that were in mid-September, late September into October, or the prime time for coho in those areas. However, you did it just looking at some extended fishery there. Seems appropriate given the change that we see from the forecasts. I'd also like to see, you've never heard this before, have you? A request to have you look at non-selective fishing in late September. Of course you have, but I think if it could be looked at, we know the kind of game components here that it's Thompson, it's straight, it's the limits, and the information that was already given here is informative, but I'd like to see that coupled with the ocean fisheries. Maybe if there's just a 2-week fishery, that if that could be modeled latter part of September, or 1-week fishery, some kind of non-selective opportunity, I'm sure that could be modeled at some point in time, if not March 15th, to see. That's a valuable fishery because as we heard from some of the folks in the CQ area just this week, that boy, when you get late September and you get really low mark rates, people just don't show up. So you might as well shut it down. Don't want to do that. And then one other is for coho is an idea, maybe in that case, to preserve a high priority of having salmon opportunity. And this year is not just coho, it's coho and pink salmon. You might want to, if you're really trying to zero in on when coho return, when did it open for coho? The 15th of August last year, I believe, and or that week. And I think even a somewhat of a delay there of opening that fishery would put it into a time frame when there are more coho in the area. September is reasonably good access to coho. Seems like there might be a few more around this year, and there's a lot of pink salmon. Finally, so those are some ideas for Chinook and coho. And finally, I'd like to mention that underappreciated species, chum salmon. Last year was, in the last few years, have been difficult in the Mid-Sound, South Sound for chum, difficult in terms of conservation and fishing access. I'd hope that the department could consider some opportunity to retain chum in area. I'm talking about areas 9, 10, and 11, especially 10 and 11. That opportunity to retain chum when coho pink seasons are open. The impact, and I'm also really looking at maybe if they're closed earlier, but this year it seems like they won't be, that there is a consideration for non-retention when coho seasons are ended, following coho seasons, that retention of chum or non-retention catch and release fisheries could be considered. It is a small but valuable fishing recreation opportunity. I note that I did look at the most recent years of chum catch in those fisheries, and the average for the last 5 years is 201 chum caught in those areas. It's not much. It might be an ocular consideration, that is, their sport is open and tribes may be closed or the non-Indians are closed. But particularly if you're considering any commercial opportunity, we understand the Fish and Wildlife Commission's policy for North of Falcon does address species in Puget Sound, and the priority is for chum in Puget Sound is for commercial fisheries, but it's also specifically calls out that this is not to be an exclusive policy. That is, there is still room for some recreational opportunity that's small. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Pat. A number of the things you suggested were already on our minds specifically for coho. And maybe just a reminder, I think the summer chum based conservation regime won't allow us to target chum until at least October, I think. Early October, but I think what you said for 10 and 11 rec fisheries makes a lot of sense to be able to allow retention of those even without an in-season update. There is some sensitivity with the really low Nisqually winter forecast for winter chum. Last year, in order to get agreement to fish recreationally in South Sound, once we had a better handle, we did close a portion of Marine Area 13 just south of the bridge, and then kind of around up into Carr Inlet a little bit, just to make sure that we weren't having people target those fish. So I imagine with the low forecast, if we were to be successful open in deep South Sound, that closure is likely to remain in place, is my guess. So thank you for your comments, Pat. Rob, go ahead.
Couple of things. One, with the amount of Chinook that are returning to the Green River this year, I was wanting to encourage more time in Elliott Bay. You probably have already thought about that, but I wanted to bring it up. Nobody else had. And in addition, there's a portion in the basin there that has been closed to Chinook. I would like to see the river open farther down. There's when we're fishing coho in there, a lot of times we catch Chinook, and with the number of fish that are returning to the Green River, it seems like we ought to be able to retain those Chinook as well. And so I wanted to bring that out as a suggestion. And then I mentioned it earlier. I know everybody's after any possible increase in fishing from the stillyfish, but again, I think we should look at where we can get the most angler opportunity to use those fish. And that's all I have.
So kind of for your last point, for your first point about the Green River, I think there has been some discussion around that fishery, but I don't know what the details are. So that's definitely something we'll look into. And to your second point about Stillaguamish, like I brought up kind of earlier, is, you know, the increased numbers are really good, really positive, but that doesn't necessarily change the management regime. So we're still kind of under the same guidelines, even though there are more fish. So, but yeah, thanks for your comments.
Yeah. I have talked to Aaron Bosworth, and he, you know, as a biologist, said he doesn't see any reason why we couldn't do that. We have had some challenges with the co-managers on that portion of the Chinook in the basin, but I don't really understand it with the numbers. And so I want to keep pushing on it because it needs to be changed.
Thanks, Rob. So maybe I'll expand on what Kirsten said. I don't want to misrepresent anything or think that we've had some big breakthrough with the muckleshoot, but there has been some initial discussions about opening that portion of the lower river that's been closed for a long time while we're open in Elliott Bay. I think to the tribe that made a lot of sense, especially because we have had pretty robust monitoring in the bay fishery as well as in the river fishery. The biggest challenge that they've held on to for a long time, we did some studies that showed that fish hold in that lower river area before migration. And I think there's been some reluctance until, as you said, we've had some better returns. There's been some reluctance to put some recreational fishers right on top of those as they're holding in the lower river, just thinking about that impact. But to your point, I do think there's some hope on the horizon for getting back into that lower river portion for Chinook and pinks for this year. Makes a lot of sense.
guess I would also say, it was really nice on the pink year, there were a lot of Chinook that were able to be caught in the lower river that was open. I would like to see that open at the same time that we open it for pink, normally for the Chinook as well. To the other avenue.
Thanks, Rob.
And Mark, on the line, we have Kurt with his hand up.
Go ahead, Kurt.
Can you hear me?
We got you.
I got a question for you, Mark. I recall last year you were talking about intentionally monitoring the coho fisheries, specifically looking at Chinook impacts. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you found?
I'm looking over here to my left at Ty Garber. So the department made the decision several years ago, I guess, to increase our monitoring efforts during coho time periods. You know, we've been intensively monitoring recreational fisheries, through Chinook time periods since, we started doing mark selective fisheries way back in the early 2000s. We've now expanded that where we're doing intensive monitoring of rec fisheries all the way through coho time periods, specifically in like the larger marine areas, not every marine area, but I would say most marine areas. So we're doing the same evaluation of the fisheries through coho that we do like during the Chinook. So we have test fisheries out on the water. We're doing the creel dockside. We do effort surveys to account for the different effort levels. I don't know if Ty has anything definitive he wants to share about, kind of the Chinook encounters during the coho time period and how those are evaluated, or if he's had any chance to see any trends or anything. You can grab that mic if you want, Ty. You're good to go.
Oh, yeah. So we're producing Chinook estimates in coho fisheries, mostly the non-retention catch and then the non-retention releases, and then that's going back into the model for non-retention. So yeah, they should be those estimates were as of I think October of last year. We're making them available in our in-season estimates that get distributed to everybody.
So, and I'm not sure that they've been posted on the website yet, Kurt, but I'm sure we could send you off the most recent reports. I think Ty and folks finished those off here in the recent past and shared them with the co-managers. So we may have some last minute edits to do to them, but we could at least get you the drafts of those reports if you're interested.
Yeah, I'd be interested. Does it include some of the Cote d'Ivoire tag information? I understand you collected hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tags.
All our postseason reports do. There'd be very few of them, right? In a fishery where Chinook can't be retained. But
I was referring to the coho tags.
Yeah, those are in the coho postseason report, which hasn't been published yet. And again, Mark, like we're finishing it up. You can email me as well. I'll be more than happy to send you all the tag information you need.
Thank you, Ty. Welcome back. Kristen, I have a question about the large profile lures and what the status of your investigations is.
Sure. What's your question? Go ahead.
Well, just what kind of results were, is bigger better in terms of reducing shakers, that sort of thing?
So I'm in the process of analyzing all of the gear study data right now. I don't have anything that I can present to you today, but we have prepared to give a kind of an initial look at that in, I think, 2 weeks, 1 week, a week and a half, the 14th to within the department and to our co-managers. And I believe that we're planning on including that as part of some of the discussions for North of Falcon 1. So I'm planning on giving kind of a full rundown of all the results of that gear study at that time. So if you can wait like a week and a half, 2 weeks, then you'll have all the information you've ever wanted. But if you have any specific questions between now and then, feel free to shoot me an email and I'll see what I can do about answering them. But I don't have anything to share today now.
That'd be awesome. I've been waiting for 12 years, so a few weeks is nothing.
Well, I've only been here for, 2, so
That's all right. It's an idea that took a long time to catch on. the follow-up question would be that I'd ask in probably the next meeting, and you might want to think about is there any potential application of and benefits from applying that in a summer fishery or two? And I don't expect an answer, but that'd be something to think about for the next meeting.
Yeah, so as of right now, I have divided everything up by kind of spatially and by season. And it is very area and season specific, and kind of, the results I'm seeing so far. So I'll get into all of that in way more detail than anybody ever wanted. There'll be a lot of modeling discussion. So, everybody can buckle up for that, for that one. There'll be a lot of geeking out going on.
Good. Thank you, guys.
And yeah, Kurt, I'll just mention that with the legislature's kindness last year, we've expanded our boat fleet and the number of positions for test fishing. So our long-term goals are to have those folks out test fishing, not just when fisheries are open, but before and after those fisheries occur, to expand that data collection effort for a better understanding of what's going on.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you again. So first of all, Pat, I want to say thank you for the message and sentiment there. I think that's important. I think this time of year can get messy. I think that it's important for us as recreationalists and stakeholders of WDFW to make sure that we put our direction towards the folks that are making the decisions that are for us, and that would be you guys. Question really quickly that I thought I saw a slide. We're still waiting for BC's numbers. Do we see the Thompson River coho returns yet for them?
I don't believe so. No,
Oh.
We'll get those on March 14th. We have a data exchange with PSA, with the Pacific Salmon Commission.
Okay. Where I'm going to go with this is that my understanding, Mark, last year we had Mark selective fishery for that coho opener in Area 7 to help protect those Thompson River fish stocks, correct? Which is a Canadian fish stock. I will say, in my experiences and my colleagues that that have vessels and I fish alongside with often, that fishery was a travesty that was cloaked, and it was almost borderline disgusting behind the veil of quote unquote conservation. The retainment rate, the release rate that we were doing to wild fish, I'm not sure what the number is on what the mortality rate is for a coho. But it almost made me sick to participate in, when if we had a season set in place where we could have harvested our first 2 fish and gone home, there's an abundance of boats that would have been leaving the water long before we went through X amount of releases on wild fish stocks. So I'm going to make that comment first. Next, it would be that if we look at the 10-year management plan, the FRAM estimates on the FRAM estimates over 70% of total fishery mortality for Stillaguamish stocks are in the northern fisheries. So my question would be, tying into our mark selective coho fishery to protect Thompson River stocks, when 70% of mortalities for Stillaguamish are occurring in our northern fisheries, where is the give and take? What are we seeing from DFO to help protect Stillaguamish fish stocks while we're adjusting our fisheries to protect Thompson River fish stocks? Thank you.
So thanks, Alex. I have to confess, I just want to check and make sure, when you were speaking to Stillaguamish, you meant Stillaguamish coho there, or Stillaguamish Chinook? Stillaguamish Chinook. So I have to confess that on this one, I'm not as familiar with the northern process, but what I can say is we did just renegotiate the Pacific Salmon Treaty back in 2019. And we did kind of establish harvest rates for Canada on many of our stocks, and Stillaguamish Chinook was one of the ones that was included in that. Like I said, offhand, I'd have to go back and look at the exact rate, but they are constrained to a certain management objective on our stock for Stillaguamish moving forward for the next 10 years.
And just a small comment about last year's fishery. I heard a lot of the same points you made about the coho fishery in the San Juans last year. This is one of the challenges that we have with doing mixed stock fisheries management is we have a preseason prediction of what those abundances are going to be, both on the hatchery and natural side. We know they're not very precise or accurate at times, but you know, obviously there was a much larger natural return that came through last year, but we have no way of assessing that and which stocks that is. I would like to remind folks that I think it was both in 19 and 20, we exceeded our obligations on Thompson coho in the southern US, and the Area 7 non-selective coho fishery was one of the fisheries that contribute to exceeding that objective. So that was our reasoning behind taking the fishery mark selective in last year's package. So.
And sorry, Alex, just to add one more comment, if you'd be willing to shoot me an email, I'll send you kind of the management objectives for the North that Canada has on the Stillaguamish stuff.
How we doing online, Leah?
We do not have anybody in the queue.
Perfect. Rob, go ahead.
Just have one more thing that I actually forgot last time I was up here, and I knew it was important. This year, we had a wonderful thing happen. We had a lot more abundance than we had originally thought we were going to have in a lot of areas. But because of the North of Falcon and the agreed upon fisheries and whatnot, we weren't able to fish on a lot of those fish because there wasn't a good mechanism for adjusting anything. Has there anything been done about that, or any discussion been taking place about that? I know it's a problem because you have mixed stock fish and different things, but we had a lot of fish show up last year, and it resulted in, you know, getting shut down multiple places. For example, our club had a outing up to CQ, and it was a Thursday, Friday, Saturday outing, and it was shut down to just one fish on a Friday. And so we ended up canceling because it wasn't worth all the time and expense to go up there for just one fish. And it would have been nice if there was a way to adjust the numbers when the fish showed up in more abundance.
Do you want this one, or you want me to start out?
Go for it, Kirsten.
So I would say that to start out with, that we don't have a really good way to assess a actual like total abundance in season right now. We just don't have the capacity to do that because we don't know in mixed stock fisheries if the fish that we're seeing there are from one stock that we're super concerned about versus another stock, or which is, it's really hard to get at all that. So we would need a way to kind of get at abundance of each individual stock within a mixed stock fishery in season. And that's a really, really big ask. I think that in terms of have we thought about ways to do that? Sure. But do we have the ability to put them in play just yet? Not exactly. So I think that's kind of one place to start. And I'll let Mark jump in and see if there's anything else that he wants to add to that.
No, I mean, Kirsten's had the advantage of sitting in on some of our meetings related to southern resident killer whales with our federal partners. Salish sea abundance is something that they're very interested in trying to get our arms around, both in the winter and the summer time periods. So I know Kirsten and I have had a number of brainstorming conversations about what a program like that might look like, year round. She's had some experience with doing some assessments with hydroacoustic and trawls in the Gulf of Alaska for pollock.
It was mostly pollock, yeah.
Yeah.
But they catch everything.
So, I mean, I think we have some ideas, but again, it would be a huge undertaking. Not something that our department's funded to undertake at this point. But I do think we may have some long-term ideas for maybe being able to assess that, with the help of other scientists and NOAA, because it is a piece of the puzzle that, we've never really wrapped our arms around, I guess.
Yeah. I like the problem, okay, because there's more fish, but I understand some of the difficulties with that. And I would just offer that, the closer you get to the terminal fisheries, the better idea you have of what fish are there. And that might be a way that you could build something in, to give more opportunity.
I'll I'll add to that, what, we were just talking about is that, even if we did start a program like that, even say next year, which we're not going to, but if we did, it would still be several years out before we had a really good, kind of understanding of those in-season metrics for abundance for each of those areas. So, even though we have ideas and we've been kind of talking about it a lot, I think I even like plotted out survey track lines at one day when I was feeling overly ambitious. We're still several years away from getting that information, but it's a pipe dream. It's there.
Working towards it. If you don't start thinking about it, talking about it.
Quick check-in with Leah, see if there's any questions online.
There is not.
Pat, go ahead. One issue that I'd like to have on record as requesting the department have for March 15th or as early as possible, and no surprise, it's in-season management for Puget Sound sport fisheries. It could be a robust discussion, I think, and it's an important one. I think this last year, there was something pretty positive came out of the, not that there isn't more, but this was something that I thought was notable, a change in the list of agreed fisheries, how it addressed, identified, and had detailed the criteria that was for each fishery that was conducted for marked selective fisheries. And that was helpful. It was in one table, and instead of being all over the place with areas. But it did surprise people in a few areas, especially where there were changes made, and I don't believe there was sufficient discussion. I think it could be good discussion, and so it's just a request could be on the agenda. We could have a discussion about it. It's kind of like one of the other issues I brought up, that it's not about what we expect in terms of the outcome of negotiations between the co-managers. But it's very important to have the discussion about it with you. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Pat.
Mark Kurt has his hand back up. Kurt, go ahead. Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess if Pat can come back, I can come back to, you mentioned orcas. And here a while back, I was watching something on the news, and an old report was referred to by Smith and Anderson from 1921, who were a couple college professors that wandered around North Puget Sound looking at the rivers. And one of the asides that they mentioned was that in 1919, there was a spring Chinook fishery in the Skagit, North Fork of the Skagit, obviously a non-treaty gill net fishery, that used 19.5-inch or 9.5-inch gill nets, which in today's world is absolutely astounding. I got thinking about that, and a 19 or 9.5-inch gill net has a girth of about 14 inches. That means any Chinook less than 14 or 15 pounds could swim through that net. Think about how that would apply today. And I thought about that a bit, and a 15-pound Chinook has a fork length of about 80 centimeters. So I went back and looked at the last two reports from the department on 2021 and 2020 fisheries in the summer when the orcas would be around. And I went through the coded wire tag information in the back of those reports and found only 7% of today's Chinooks would not have swam through the nets used a century ago. If we're going to talk about feeding orcas, we need to think about what they used to have to eat and what they have to try to find to eat today. We're asking those guys to eat a hell of a lot more fish to meet their daily diet requirements. And I just thought it was interesting to see, just such a stark difference from what was around here a century ago and what's here today. And part of that, I thought about it a bit more here several years ago. I looked, to 3 years, most recent 3 years in the aggregate of Puget Sound hatcheries, and found the hatchery reports reported that, for the hatcheries as a group, that 25% of the fish that came back to the rack were jacks. That seemed awful high to me. So I went and looked at the hatcheries of the same time period, fall Chinook hatcheries on the lower Columbia and Willapa Bay. And I guess I looked at 2 years. And 1 year on the coast, lower Columbia, it was 2.5% jacks, and the other year was 4.5% jacks. We have an awful lot of jacks, and I don't know what the spawning protocols are now, but if we don't want our fish keep getting younger and smaller, we might think really seriously about what we use for our brood stocks. And I just throw that out as for food for thought for the collective group. Thanks.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Kurt. You've probably seen before kind of the changing size of Chinook. You've probably seen the paper that came out by Jan Olberger in 2018. That does a good job of showing kind of some of those trends that we've seen over the decades. And it's no surprise to anybody, of course, that we've seen those Chinook size changes. I can speak from when we've been looking at killer whales, we've looked at them in a lot of different ways over the past few years, both in terms of the PFMC analysis and kind of just on the side with either co-managers or NOAA or whomever. And one of the things that we have occasionally looked at is we've occasionally tried to apply kind of a kilocalories to Chinook, recognizing that size and age structure has changed over the years. So just a heads up, that is one thing that we've looked at, is we've tried to look at kind of the abundance in terms of kilocalories. In addition to kind of the changing size and age structure of Chinook, one thing also that's of note is that we've looked at kind of size differences kind of across Chinook stocks that we see both on the coast and Puget Sound and in Canada, trying to get a better sense of kind of in age for Fraser fish versus an age for Puget Sound fish versus an age for Columbia fish, kind of what's the difference in kilocalorie values for those different stocks. So it is something that we are kind of looking at here. Although I don't know if I have too much more to present on that just today.
Yeah, it's my understanding that a large bull resin orca needs about 400 to 450 pounds of Chinook a day or fish a day. That's a lot of fish. And it's a lot easier for him to catch 10 40-pounders than 58 pounders. And one time I looked at just 1 year, I looked at the age in the recreational fishery in area 10, and it was like 3.6 years was the average age of the fish that we harvested. And the average age at the Sioux Creek hatchery was 3.1 years. And somehow I don't think our brood stock represent what the age structure of the fish that swim past, Nia Bay. And, and I understand the protocol is not to introduce selectivity, but we know there's selectivity is being introduced by the fisheries and stuff that goes on in front of it. And at some point in time, unless we're going to continue to see shrinking Chinooks from our own actions, then we need to take a hard look at how to do that. And I think I would probably start with setting some sort of average age for our brood stock. And I don't, as long as it's older than 3.6, we probably would be improving the situation. I mean, historically, there were a lot of 6 and 7-year-olds, even a few 8-year-olds in the population. Even in the river like the Skagit, you don't hardly ever see a 6-year-old anymore. Although it was interesting, 4 of the 5, when I looked at this thing a few months ago, 4 of the 5 largest Puget Sound hatchery fish came from the Elwha, and which I suppose would not have surprised any of us. But anyway, I just threw out there some food for thought.
James Losey, our Region 6 program manager, has some comments he'd like to make, Kurt.
Awesome. Hi, James.
Hey, it's good to hear your voice there, buddy. I really like this discussion, and I know everybody's kind of about ready to wind down, but I did just want to remind, I think you know this, but the thing you're talking about, changes in size and fecundity and age, are super complicated. And one of the easiest ways for us to see the complexity is that we're seeing the greatest decrease in size among pink salmon and also steelhead when we compare all species of our Pacific salmon. And so when we think about brood stock, gill nets, predation, these are the things we typically point to, but those wouldn't explain something like a pink salmon necessarily or a steelhead. So some of the things you're talking about, like brood stock and fishing pressure, selective forces from fishing, gear are real, but I think there's a lot of things going on. Climate, freshwater conditions and other stuff too. So just want to flag that it's super complicated and we're thinking hard about it.
I realize it's complicated. It's probably no more complicated. I think it's less complicated than mixed stock fisheries management. Those of you that do know the model would have to agree with that probably. But you know, in my Skagit example from 100 years ago, if you're letting all the 15-pound smaller fish go to the spawning grounds and differentially harvesting the larger fish, it doesn't take much of a model to predict that the fish are going to get smaller. I know for years and years and years, the coho coming back to the Puyallup River were much smaller than the coho coming back to the Snohomish. And it was, you know, there's even a paper to, you know, documenting that it was the selectivity of the gill nets. You know, that's not popular in some of our user groups, but that's beside the point. Anyway, again, it's just something to think about. Thanks.
Haley, do you want to flip to the upcoming meeting slide?
If there's no other hand in the room, Mark, we do have another, oh, never mind. Peter put his hand back down. Oh, it's back up now. I'm gonna let Peter go. Peter, go ahead. You may need to unmute on your computer, Peter. Okay, Mark, I guess he's having some, oh, there you go. I see he's unmuted.
Okay, so in talking to the discussion, I don't know if I missed any topic about it, but about the possibility of maybe having a future northern portion of Lake Washington for Chinook hatchery only.
Haven't heard that proposal, Pete.
Well, I guess I'm throwing it on the table then, Mark. You know, because I historically it used to be the fishery when it was there, it would only happen on northern end of Lake Washington anyways, you know, up by Sheridan Beach. So, and with the numbers coming in back to Issaquah Salmon Hatchery, it is, I just don't see why not, you know. I think mostly aren't we trying to protect the Chinook in the Cedar River that is concerned?
Yeah, just to confirm, I mean, the management objective for Lake Washington is the Cedar River component of the stock. So that's something we will circle back with our regional bios and our team and take a look at.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alex.
So just real quick, at the end of last year, I mentioned to you, Mark, that I hope that what we did last year was an aberration and that maybe it's not going to be what we look at moving forward, going beyond as far as the 3-day openers. And I know we'll probably get on this on the 15th. So my leaving remarks would just be, are we at least considering to continue the coinciding openers between Area 9 and Area 7? I would hope we're not considering the 3-day openers, but I would definitely say that we should leave the coinciding opener on the table. Is that in your guys' discussion?
Again, everything's on the table at this point. It's kind of wipe the slate clean for this year and we get to decide together how we want to craft the package for this year. So
cool. All right. Thanks for today, guys.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Noted. Any other? I don't want to, if there's further questions or comments, we're all here and happy to take more questions or comments if folks have them. Go ahead, Gabe.
I just wanted to advocate for going back to a June 1st opener in Area 10 for resident coho. There's not a lot going on that time of year. People are getting burned out by lingcod at that point. It'd be really nice to, we spend a lot of money on raising those fish through Puget Sound Rec Enhancement Fund and other avenues. And so I think it's important to give people an opportunity at them.
Thanks for that. The only thing that gives me a little pause, and like I said, just a little, is and Ty would have to confirm this by kind of looking at tag recoveries. my remembrance is that we actually hit quite a few Skagit fish
did, yeah.
in that June time period. And with the Skagit forecast, that makes me a little nervous.
Okay, fair enough.
And Mark, on the phone or online, we had Sherry with their hand up. Sherry, go ahead.
Mute, sorry. I wasn't expecting to make a comment. This is Sherry Tarantino, Executive Director with Orca Conservancy. I have thoroughly enjoyed the presentations today. They've been very informative, but I kind of want to go back to the southern resident killer whale population and the fact that if we go back into history, the wild salmon populations that this population needs throughout their entire range were over 130 pounds. What we're finding is that through hatcheries and kind of almost the push away of the wild salmon populations, this population doesn't have time to rest because now the salmon that they're relying on are much smaller and they need more, to be able to function. Females need to have more, while they're pregnant and while they're lactating. And I just kind of want to throw that out there, that I know you guys are doing everything you can, but I just want to throw that out there that sometimes the nurseries, I guess you could say, need to be or allow to have time to give these wild, larger salmon the opportunity to continue reproducing before we take a heritage or a lineage and lose them. I hope that makes sense. I'm happy to answer questions, and I just wanted to add that. We wish to work together. I've made a comment in the webinar chat. Please reach out to us. There's many other organizations that are in line with this, and we all understand sacrifices need to be made. All of us need to make sacrifices, but we need to ensure that this endangered population is given a chance. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Sherry. So up on the screen, we have kind of our future meeting schedule. We're due to be back together in a couple of short weeks. For some of us, it's going to be pretty long because we'll likely be working straight through. But we look forward to it. This is what this time of the year is all about, is getting through this process and ensuring that we are setting seasons for this upcoming year. A number of us are going to be in SeaTac next week, working on the ocean fishery options. But we will be back here at the Lacey Community Center here in the, like I said, the next couple weeks on March 15th. We'll be back here. We'll be able to go through those ocean options, be able to talk about either any side modeling or some initial modeling that we've considered, taking some of the suggestions that we heard here today. As Kirsten mentioned earlier, we're going to have a presentation on some of the gear study that we've been working on here over the last couple of years, some initial results to share with folks, and continue down and take more comments and considerations for this year's salmon seasons. So with that, I'm going to give a huge thank you to all the staff who help prepare forecasts and do that good work, and all the folks who help put today together. Your work's immensely appreciated, even down to our IT professionals helping us with the Zoom webinar, and of course our friend and coworker Leah on the Zoom to keep that going. So we really appreciate everybody's efforts. We appreciate all you folks being here today in person with us. Again, first time for us since before the pandemic. So hopefully we did okay, and we'll continue going forward. So thanks again, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, everybody.